us, that we come together and share the knowledge that you have invested in us, Lord. Not just to keep it, Father, but to make use of it, Father. For you have said to us that whatsoever we find to do, we should do it with all our heart, not unto men, but unto you, Lord. It's my prayer in this morning, Lord, that this workshop, Lord, shall not just be one of the record. Father, it will be something that will take into the ground and practice it, mighty God, for the development of our nation. So we pray in this morning, give us a hearing ear, Lord, in the name of Jesus Christ. May we apply all our strength in this meeting. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that powerful prayer. So we do have mics on each of the tables, so it's up to you whenever you have a presentation or you will be one of our speakers. You have the option of speaking from where you are or coming to the podium. I personally prefer the podium. There's just something nice about being on the podium. So I'll leave the choice up to you. And to give us our welcoming remarks, I will invite the Director of Postal and E-Commerce from MACRA, Mr. Kachika, to give us the welcome remarks for the day, and we begin. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Kachika with a warm round of applause this morning. Warm! I said warm. That's cold.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for welcoming me to the stage. As I mentioned, my name is Kondwani. I'm Kondwani Kachika. I'm the Director of Postal and E-Commerce Development at MACRA. Our Director of Ceremonies, I don't know if there will be a point where we'll introduce ourselves or at some point. Okay. No, that's fine. But allow me to jump that protocol and I introduce my team who are here. There's Barnett Namacha. You can just raise your hand. Barnett is the Deputy Director of Postal at MACRA. And we also have Limbani Sekani, who is the National Addressing Systems Manager at MACRA. At the far back, there's Wezi and there's also Diana. They'll be assisting us with one or two things within this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this workshop. We want to appreciate your coming. We don't take it for granted. It's a big event for MACRA and indeed real estate, who are our partners in this workshop. I think, where do we start from? I think we need to start from the top, isn't it? We will not assume anything in this workshop so that we move together. So we'll start from the beginning. What is an address? Anyone? Any takers? We don't want to assume. All right. If you need a mail delivered, you want your parcel delivered, or you want to go elsewhere, you need an address to achieve that. That set of details is what is referred to as an address. So an address, perhaps some of you are technically minded, you are already thinking of maybe an IP address. Looking at MACRA, you're thinking, oh, we are here talking about IP addresses. Or maybe looking at MACRA and our engagement with the postal services, you're thinking of mail deliveries. Yes, all those are addresses, but beyond that, we also have physical addresses, which is what we are here to talk about. So when we're talking of addresses, we need to be talking within a specific context. What context are we in? And in the context of this audience, the real estate practitioners, bankers who have been invited to this meeting, the addresses that we'll be focusing on are physical addresses, which is something that has been there for some time. It's not new. Physical addresses have been used over time, descriptive physical addresses. But we are now at the juncture as a nation where we now need to move from the descriptive informal addresses to formal standardized addresses. As MACRA, we were given a mandate by the National Assembly through the Communications Act of 2016 to champion the development of the national addressing system in Malawi. The initiative took off in 2018, where we now started the initiatives of implementing the national address. To date, we have done a lot of work. My colleague who will be coming to make a formal presentation on what we have done will walk you through the steps that we have done in developing the national addressing system. But at this point, suffice to say that in the journey that we have taken, we have realized that the national addressing system cannot be implemented by one entity alone. The national addressing system, to have its meaningful impact, the intended impact, has to be a collaborative initiative. And that is why today, with our partners, Real Estate, we have invited you to come to this workshop so that we bang heads, we bring you up to date as to what we have done, so that at the end of the day, the national addressing system that will be delivered for Malawi will be a national addressing system that will address the needs of this nation. A national addressing system that will make us move forward in terms of our development initiatives. In terms of history for national addressing systems, in Malawi, and indeed in most African countries, this initiative was already started by the colonial masters maybe in the 60s, thereabouts, when they came to take colonies in this part of the region. But immediately after independence, as you know, we abandoned those initiatives. National addressing became non-existent. But there's now a new wave of consciousness among African countries, Malawi inclusive, where it's become evident that for us to move forward, we need to formalize our addressing standards. The descriptive addressing standards that we have been using to date are not doing the job. We now need to move to a space where we are using formalized, standardized national addressing standards in line with global practices. So what MACRA is championing is nothing new. MACRA is championing addressing standards based on guidelines that have been developed by the Universal Postal Union, of which Malawi is a member. So the steps that we have taken haven't been developed in a vacuum. They haven't been developed by ourselves, but they have been modified to suit our environment. And this workshop, we want to brief you on that initiative, but also receive feedback from you in terms of where we need to improve so that we can make the national addressing system work for this economy. What differentiates probably countries like Malawi and the Western world is the type of informal settlements that we have here. You know, there's a lot of urban migration into our cities. And with that, there are a lot of informal settlements. In the West, you don't find the informal settlements that we have to grapple with here in Africa, and in particular here in Malawi. So there, it's easy to allocate addresses, to allocate street names, but you appreciate that in our context, where informal settlements are on the boom, where a lot of people are living, we now need to be innovative. And in our presentation, we'll highlight the initiatives that we have done to address that. We can't leave the informal settlements out of the picture, because if we do that, then we'll be leaving a large segment of our society from the national addressing initiatives. Addresses serve as one of the basic facilitators of communication between people, public institutions, and businesses. Without addresses, it's difficult to reach individuals, it's difficult for government and municipalities, which are city councils, to deliver public services and for businesses to operate effectively. Implementation of address infrastructure will result in improved public services such as sanitation, hygiene, water supply, and many other fundamental services. Urban development, economic growth, and provision of basic services are intimately linked to the existence of a sound infrastructure, address infrastructure. Beyond that, you would also appreciate that lack of an address can also mean lack of an identity of a person. And if somebody doesn't have a proper identity, they will not be able to access economic opportunities, employment, and they can't be socially integrated into the society. And that is why the national address system, the project, the initiative is very dear to the nation, is very important to the nation, and MACRA is doing all it can to ensure that we achieve the objectives of allocating an address to each and every individual. Now, this particular session, we are focusing on real estates. How can we elevate real estate standards with a national addressing system? There are answers which we need to answer. What is the link between the national addressing system and the real estate? And how can we leverage the national addressing system to ensure that we improve the performance of the national addressing, of the real estate? What is the linkage between property identification and the national addressing system? The legal documentation that is associated with with real estate, property valuation. How can we use national addressing in property valuation? Urban planning and development. That is very critical. There are a lot of you guys that are servicing our communities by selling them plots. How can we leverage national addressing system in that space? Listing of properties. How can we use national addressing systems in a manner that the community will benefit? If they search a property, will they be able to get its value, the rental value, the sale value, and compare properties across the country? And that is why you are here. We rely on you. We are not experts in real estate, but we know that you are experts in this space, and you know best how national addressing can benefit your business. So I would want to urge you to participate freely in this meeting, in this workshop, because the success of this initiative needs commitment of all of us in here. So as I welcome you, please feel free, contribute, ask questions which we will take and incorporate as we take the next steps in building and finalizing the national addressing system for Malawi. Feel welcome, and once again, thank you so much for participating in this workshop. Thank you.
I think with welcoming remarks like that, he deserves another warmer round of applause than the ones we gave earlier. Talk about summarizing the event. I feel like I shouldn't say anything else. But thank you so much, Mr. Kachika. I do appreciate what you have said, that this is a workshop and we're here to learn from each other. I think the main difference between a workshop and a conference, at a conference we just sit, but at a workshop we encourage participation, and I look forward to that. Our next remarks will come from the partner in this initiative between MACRA and the Real Estate Talk team, which is Real Estate Talk Malawi. Allow me to invite Mr. Zite Hiwa. Miss Zite Hiwa, sorry. The lovely Zite Hiwa, please join me in giving her a warm round of applause, please. Warm.
Thank you so much. I'll take it. Mr., Miss, no problem. So, good morning, everyone. I am Zite Hiwa, and I'm the digital lead at Real Estate Talk Malawi. On behalf of my team, I would like to welcome you again to the first of many of the Kodianga Real Estate Talk workshops. I'm also here with my wonderful team, many of whom you'll get to know throughout the rest of the workshop, but for now, I'll just ask them to wave from wherever they are. Thank you so much. Yes. So first and foremost, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our partners, MACRA. Without their support and collaboration, bringing this workshop to life would have not been possible. As Mr. Kari already mentioned, today we are gathered to explore the transformative potential of the national address system in the real estate sector. At Real Estate Talk, our mission is to raise awareness and equip individuals with the right information to make informed real estate investment decisions. And we believe that the national addressing system is one of the key things that will play a role at us achieving this. This workshop will focus on how the national address system can enhance property identification, valuations, urban planning, and service delivery, just to mention a few. And all of these are fundamental elements to building smarter, sustainable cities in line with the Malawi's 2063 vision. The national address system offers significant opportunities to standardize real estate practices, improving the accuracy of valuations, credit risk assessments, and urban planning decisions. And it is exciting for us to consider how these innovations will shape the future of our cities. We look forward to all your insights, contributions, engagements throughout the sessions. As our MC already mentioned, this is indeed a workshop, and we're looking forward to getting all of your ideas to know how we can work together to advance the real estate sector in Malawi. So with these few remarks, thank you so much, and we look forward to making this workshop a success together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zite Hiwa. And from the Malawi Institute of Physical Planners, we have the President Gilbert Chilinde with us in the room. So join me in welcoming the President of the Malawi Institute of Physical Planners, Mr. Chilinde. Please give him a warm round of applause. It is chilly in here, so the warmer the better.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Gilbert Chilinde, the president of the Malawi Institute of Physical Planners. I am a lecturer at MUBAS, the Department of Land Surveying and Physical Planning. I've been a head there, I've been a dean in the School of Built Environment, and now I'm teaching. Real Estate Talk asked me to make a small talk, and I thought to organize myself. I organized a few slides to take me through the talk. So I titled the presentation, Postcodes, Urban Planning, and Real Estate. Next slide. So I was attempting to define what is a postcode, but the owners of this system probably have already explained what it is. But what I find in literature as an academic is what I've put on the slide, and the example I've drawn for Nzuzu City postcodes according to what Google gave me. Next slide. Postcodes as a reflection of urban organization, they also help us to organize. The postcodes help us to organize the city. As you can see on the slide, I've posted there the new urban structure plan for Blantyre. How many have gone through it? Because here we are real estate experts, and I should expect everyone has touched base with it if to benefit from it. How many have seen it? A few hands. So if you are in real estate, I call upon you to touch base with that important document, because we have complained over the years that we plan, but we don't implement. It is because when the plans are developed, we don't pay attention to what they say, And as the years go, time elapses on us and we don't make any steps. If we happen to look at what the 1999 urban structure plan was saying, you would be amazed what it would have achieved if we had implemented it all. But we reviewed it in the last 2023, 2024, and we have a new document which real estate experts must touch base with in order to benefit from what it says. So we find that the postcodes in the urban dense areas, they are important. In the highly populated urban centers, they feature intricate postcode divisions to accommodate the complexity of the infrastructure. I've posted there an example of postcodes from the US, and each code represents a specific street and a cluster of buildings establishing navigation and service delivery. And as real estate experts, through using postcodes, we can be able to trace properties we are interested in or our clients are interested in. Next slide. In the rural and the suburban regions, we also find that the rural areas have broader postcode assignments that reflect sparse population and larger geographical coverage to serve dispersed communities effectively, and also broader designations that help allocate resources for infrastructure projects and public services in the lesser populated areas. The whole Malawi has this. They have also an economic and social implication, because in the affluent areas may have specific postcode patterns associated with the premium service and the high property values, while lower neighborhoods might exhibit clustering that informs policy planning and the resource allocation. It's important to, postcodes can help us identify which areas have higher property values and also which areas are densely populated, and therefore suggest the values we can charge, and also help city authorities decide on allocation of resources. If you look at the slide before you, I pulled up this map from Spain, and it shows, it visualizes property sales in Lisbon, differentiated by price ranges depicted in various colors, providing a clear indication of pricing hotspots and the economic landscapes of Lisbon real estate market over a period of 4 years. So we can also use the postcodes to map areas, property values in various areas, and just by looking at a map, we'll be able to tell which areas you are interested to buy your property in according to the pocket you have. With the advanced technology, technology continues to influence how postcodes function in modern society. The rise in GPS technology, digital mapping tools has enhanced accuracy and location tracking, providing real-time data that complements traditional postcode systems. We see that you can be able to tell the location of something using your phone on the and the address system and the address you have for that particular person, and see where this particular person is in real time. It can also be used integration into smart city initiatives. Smart cities are exploring ways to integrate postcode data into digital ecosystems, enhancing automated delivery systems, smart logistics, and the real-time tracking solutions. So you can be able to track properties in a real time, and also you can be traced as a person, depending on where you are, using the apps on your phone, the location app on your phone connected with the postcode. People can trace where you are in real time. There are a few challenges and opportunities, though. As the urban areas continue to grow, the role of postcodes will expand, incorporating data-driven solutions that will enhance urban planning service delivery. Also, challenges of data privacy, cyber security risks, and the need for global standardization must be addressed to fully harness the potential of digital postcode systems. This is the last slide. Yeah, you go back a bit. Yeah, the last slide. Yeah, the last slide. Yeah, while technological, thank you, this one. While technological advances provide new opportunities, postcodes remain a vital part of everyday life, ensuring organization and efficiency in both urban and the rural settings. For us urban planners, postcodes can help us identify areas that are in need of appropriate resources for specified planning for a particular area, because we can tell which areas are dense, which areas are sparse, according to the location of a particular code in a location. And therefore, it makes sense to have this system in Malawi, because it will help us to advance real estate dealings in the market. They are important, and we should embrace what we have. We should implement what we have, because over time we plan, we fail to implement. We have the 2010 Master Plan Lilongwe, which is lagging behind in implementation. We had the 1999 Blantyre Urban Structure Plan, which was implemented in much lesser percentage, and we have a new one, which we are calling upon real estate experts and all Malawians of interest to embrace, to implement. The Malawi Institute of Physical Planners is interested to advocate for adoption and implementation of the plans and all other developments we plan for the country. Thank you.
I believe we can give Mr. Chilinde another round of applause. He was only meant to make welcome remarks, but he is the president of the physical planners, and he does not miss an opportunity to share his vast amount of knowledge. Now, our third speech this morning will be from the Surveyors Institute from Malawi, represented by Mr. Riz Omar, who will give us his welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please, just welcoming. Please give him a round of applause.
Mazuka. Why is everybody laughing? My Chichewa is not that bad, eh, guys? Mazuka. Thank you. Somebody this morning came up to me and said, Mr. So, madam, it's not Mr. Mister's for the big buonas. The guys that like to wear the suits and ties and run around in Land Cruisers. I'm Riz Omar. Yeah? I'd like to be as part of it. Maybe the macro guys, we can call them Mr. because we owe them a lot. Good morning, everybody. This is supposed to be an introduction. I'm representing SIM. I'm wearing two caps today. I've been asked to speak. I'll be speaking a bit later. And yes, I have a lot to say about addresses. So be prepared, macro. On behalf of SIM, I represent SIM in capacity as the Land Economy Chapter Chair, and I sit on the council. Just to bring everybody up to speed, who is SIM? Surveyors Institute of Malawi. Effectively, SIM is the oldest professional body in Malawi. Just for some history. It's represented by surveyors, it's represented by land surveyors, quantity surveyors, land economists. And we break down the land economists, because for 10 years I was very confused, being part of SIM for 15 years. Land economists is your property managers, your real estate agents or brokers, your valuers, your registered valuers. So if I've taught you something today, I only learned this 5 years ago, but I've been part of this organization for 15 years. So yes, MACRA, it is really, really important, but this is the first time I'm talking to MACRA. It's the first time I think SIM is talking to MACRA. And in all your studies, all your developing, which is fantastic, the address system being done by Mubas, by my colleague here, it is so important to keep Surveyors Institute of Malawi as part of your development. Because these are not just members off the street. We're all educated. We all have to go through university or degrees, or in my case, I did my real estate in Canada. When we look at postal codes and stuff, that's how it functioned. Your driver's license, your ID card, everything had a postal code, right? I'm not saying the postal code is ideal for Malawi. Malawi, we're a little bit different. And I'll give you an example. If somebody asks me where to go, say somewhere in Liwonde, Tifika pa police barrier, turn right. What is right in Chichewa? Manja. Mupita pafupi. I have heard pafupi so many times in my life. Pafupi could mean 500 meters, it could be 5 kilometers. So I'm still trying to define that. Turn right, and very relevant today, turn right at the Airtel vendor. Okay? Mupita, Mufika, Triwa Mango. You guys know where I'm going with this, right? So as a real estate professional, this is how I find my properties. And I find it a lot quicker and easier because I just stop on the side of the road. Where am I going? Find the neighbor, find who's there, speak to the guard. And a prime example is Kameza. At the roundabout, Kameza roundabout, there's this whole little residential area. I had to go and find a property in the thing. Now, how do I get in with my car? Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. And it's not, I was driving a four-wheel drive. I said, how the heck do I get in there? Parked the car at the Patroda, put on my walking boots, crossed the road, and I went house to house. I must have stopped at 30 houses to find this one little property. And then the owner didn't let me into the property to do the valuation. But anyways, that's fine. So yes, it is much, much needed. Long, long overdue. Coming back to Surveyors Institute, as I mentioned, the importance of Surveyors Institute, and I know this is an introduction, but I need to stress this, is that all the organizations here today have neglected Surveyors Institute of Malawi for years and years and years. Finally, through the wisdom of some of the people in government, we now will have a new Property Valuation Act. We'll now have a new Real Estate Agency Act. And very, very importantly, I don't know if MACRA is up to speed with this, we're going to have a Sectional Title Act. What is a sectional title? Every piece of land we sit on. Mount Soche decides I'm going to cut my property in half. That becomes a sectional title, right? Addresses are so important. My biggest argument with National Bank in Malawi, I don't know, who's here from National Bank? Anybody? They're one of the sponsors. Uh-oh. Take this back to your boss. National Bank should never have been built in the CBD. Never. Head office. Never, 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 never. As far as my real estate numbers go, National Bank should have been built at the Kameza roundabout. And the reason, and I'm going to bring this up a bit later, you are creating an address. Can you imagine? It wouldn't be Kameza roundabout, it would be National Bank headquarters. You've immediately created an address, and your value of your property starts mushrooming which is all what we all want here, starts mushrooming beyond belief. All the services start coming, parking is there, accessibility is there, because National Bank brings a level of professionalism to its area, right? But it's squeezed in the little corner. Does anybody know the address of National Bank? Anybody? Does anybody know the address of Mount Soche Hotel? Does anybody know SW16? Okay, SW16 is Wimbledon. My colleague spoke about Portugal or Barcelona. SW16 is the highest, is the most valued residential area in London, right next to the Wimbledon tennis courts. Okay. Does anybody know where One Old Trafford Road is? Where's the Liverpool supporters? No Liverpool supporters. You guys lost yesterday, huh? Okay, Man U tied, eh? One Old Trafford Road is Man United's home. Who knows where Eastgate is? Let's come closer to home. I hate talking about the other countries. Let's come to Africa. Eastgate? None of us gone to Eastgate? But we know where Sandton is. The highest or the most expensive per square meter in all of Africa. It surpasses Cairo, it surpasses Mogadishu, it surpasses Morocco, is Sandton. The Sandton Mile, they call it. Correct, my colleagues? Who's been to South Africa, to Sandton? Okay, it's only 2 hours away, guys, by plane. And if you speak to me, I'll get you a discount at my wife's travel agency. But if I say where Illovo Roundabout is, everybody knows where Illovo Roundabout is. If I say Presidential Road, Lilongwe, because that's what we refer to the capital city. We refer to the Golden Peacock Hotel. We refer to the Bingu International, no, Presidential Road. Does anybody know the address? No. At the moment in Malawi, we're looking at police barriers as our addresses. National Bank, NBS, who are the other big banks here? Nico, the police barrier at Pemba, police barrier on Jolo Road, right, which seem to get burnt down and all over the place, okay? Anybody know the address of the stadium, Kamuzu Stadium? No. But we know it's right next to Chichiri Shopping Center. Anybody know the address of Chichiri Shopping Center? Yeah, next to the prison. What do we refer to in Blantyre? Clock Tower. Clock Tower Roundabout. What is that? It's just a clock tower. It's a roundabout. Give me an address. How am I going to find the 5th shop or the 10th house in Mandala by saying, okay, go to the clock tower and roundabout and turn left? How? There's Petroda there, there's Van Mali Pragji there, there's a whole pile of shop, right? So, National Bank, do you know what your physical address is? No. There you go. Sorry to pick on you, National Bank. You are my bankers, but please. Okay? So, yes, we do have a problem. But it's all well and good to have all these ideas. I've seen the city plans for Lilongwe in 2010, and I had a good read. And I said this will never happen because they don't have the right partners working with them. Lilongwe City Council, Blantyre City Council, Mazuzu City Council, Zomba City Council do not have the right partners. And I take it to Macra, please. You have done a lot of work, and it's fantastic to see. But to take it to the next level, bring in the right partners. And I think Surveyors Institute should be made a key partner in your development. You've got over 200 educated people coming through the system who will take you to the next level. Don't fear, we're ready to work with you. Okay. I do have to come back a bit later. I didn't want to get so carried away. Zikomo Kwambiri And thank you for having me.
Wow, thank you, not Mr. Riz Omar. Please give him another round of applause. At this point, I think he puts the Riz in charisma. He's very eloquent in how he addresses this and the questions that we need to ask. And I do like this being the last speech for this morning because it sets the tone for how the rest of the day is going to go. Feedback is necessary. Don't be afraid to ask those questions and to speak your mind as diplomatically as possible. That being said, we're taking a short break for tea. It is already set up behind us, so we are just going to collect our teas and our refreshments and come back down to sit so we can kick off our first presentation for this morning. So if we may begin with the seats at the back. I know everybody who I made move from the back to the front, I'm sorry, but if we can begin from the seats at the back to collect our teas. And if you are sitting on a seat without a table, there's so many free seats still in front, so please feel free to move forward so you have a table in front of you as well as a microphone, because like I said, participation is key. So please, if we may begin in the beginning, we have about 15 minutes to do this activity. So let's begin. And before we do that though, Macro would like us to have a group photo. So if we can do that first and then come back inside, take our teas and come to our seats. So beginning with this, the gentlemen, all of our presenters, if we can all head out. Wezi will guide us to where we're taking the picture. And then on our way back in, collect our teas, sit down, and begin with our presentations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning our first presentation shortly. Before we do, two things, just some admin that we need to get done. If you haven't registered when entering, please make sure you register at the back with Diana. Please, it's very, very important for you to do so. So if you have not registered, please register. I'm not seeing anybody standing up, but I've been told that there's a lot of people who haven't registered. So, digital kusan? Yeah, better, thank you. So please make sure you register with Diana. And Jashiwiri, mipando hili kumbuyoko akuzaichotsa, because we have enough chairs for the people that are in this room. There, I will encourage you once again, please come to the front. Please join us kusogoro guno. We have some people who have said they will be leaving earlier. Mainly our reporting team, the members of the press. Thank you for coming. Thank you for covering this. But Jonde, so those two things, if we can have that done in the next 5 minutes so we can begin. Please, those in the back, move to the front. Those who haven't registered, please make sure you do. Or what we can do is just every seat just move to. If there's an empty seat in front of you, please take it. I'm looking at you three gentlemen. Good morning once again. So now we are going to do that exercise that we were meant to do earlier. We should get to know each other because we're beginning our presentations, and these presentations will also have question and answer sections. So you'll be free to ask any questions and give your feedback. And I believe the best way to do it is once we know each other. So we'll go around the room, beginning from the left. We'll go around this way and then to the next table and the next and the next. So we give the members in the back some time to settle down and move forward. So please, if we can move forward and find somewhere to sit. So let's begin from the left. You can just turn on the mic and tell us your name and which organization you're with. And yeah, we go from there.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Kapanga. I'm here with Real Estate Talk Malawi.
Good morning. My name is Jomo Kaira. I'm a GIS expert and I studied Bachelor's of Geological Engineering at Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chioniso Mlauzi, coming from Standard Bank.
Good morning. My name is Besta Kaswanjete from MUBAS, and I'm a lecturer in physical planning.
Good morning. My name is Limban Sekani, and I'm from Makra. Thank you.
Morning once again. My name is Kondwan Kachika. I'm from Makra.
Good morning. My name is Banet Namacha from Makra.
Where are we going?
Good morning, Rizwan Omar, Maple Leaf and Surveyors Institute.
Morning once again, Gilbert Chilinde from Malawi Institute of Physical Planners and the MUBAS.
Good morning. My name is Sam Tunde, coming from Iconic Real Estate Agency. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Prince Machika, Managing Partner, Real Estate Talk.
Good morning. My name is Dan Karima, coming from Trust Auctioneers.
They'll bring microphones to you. So once we do that role, the team in front, you also have to introduce yourselves, since we missed you.
Good morning, Elliot Jambo, representing Old Mutual for Malandi Economy Board Chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Soche from MUBAS, final year student, physical planning.
Morning. I'm Bright Mkwira from National Bank of Malawi.
Good morning. I am James Chimpebo from Mibawa Television.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Sawazi from National Bank.
Good morning. My name is Marine Gandindi, Minister of Lands.
Morning. I'm Chifundo Kamwinda from National Bank of Malawi.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Edward Chikwenda from MUBAS Land Survey.
Good morning. I'm Blessings Yaswega, Physical Planning Officer, Blantyre District Council.
Good morning. Tosia Mpinganjira with First Capital Bank.
Good morning. My name is Chikondi Mpamba from MUBAS.
Good morning. My name is Samantha Sakala from MUBAS, a land surveying year 4 student.
Good morning. My name is Tapio Agandiado, a tech professional and tech entrepreneur.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Njawala, a land economy student.
Good morning. My name is Amos Castegu. I'm from MUBAS, lecturer in Real Estate and Quantity Survey.
Good morning. I'm Lumbani Bondera Nyirenda from MUBAS, lecturer in Real Estate and Quantity Surveying.
Good morning, one and all. I'm Godfrey Kadzua,
lecturer in urban land economics, MOBAS, and a registered practitioner, Valua.
Good morning. My name is Henry Kantoche from Old Mutual.
Good morning. I'm Jumemina Haje from Eris Properties.
The four in the front, we missed your introductions.
Good morning. I'm Esther Malizeni, Estate Management Officer, Brandon District Council.
Good morning. My name is Emmanuel Ndilo. I'm from Humas Building Contractors Limited.
Okay, I think we all have an idea of the team that is in the room today. And with that being said, allow me to also give a special recognition to Dr. Chikwenda, who, if you're in land surveying, that name is one you are very familiar with. He might have mentored you. You might have gone for him for advice at some point in time, but thank you so much for attending, Dr. Chikwenda. And on that note, I hand it over to Macra to give us their presentation of the National Addressing System and the full overview. So please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Macra for the first presentation of this workshop.
Good morning once again. I'm Bennett Namacha, representing MACRA. I'm here to make a presentation on National Addressing System. Before the government decided to implement the National Addressing System, as a country we had no comprehensive addressing system whereby residents are known by the house number, the street name, and the postcode. I heard the lecturer from MUBAS talking about the postcode. We are going to discuss issues about the postcodes and whether we have postcodes in Malawi and how they were developed. But you need to keep in mind two things: the postcodes and physical addresses, because we need to address these two issues. Under National Addressing System, the main issues are postcodes and physical addresses. So can you go to the, okay. I want this microphone, so. Now, while he's setting up, MACRA as an institution, thank you. I was saying MACRA as an institution was formed under the Communications Act of 1998. And in 1998, MACRA was given the mandate to regulate communication services in Malawi. And communication services, by definition in the Act, it refers to telecommunications, now being referred to as electronic, broadcasting, now being referred to as content, and postal and courier. So MACRA was given the mandate in 1998 to regulate three sectors in Malawi: telecommunications, broadcasting, and postal and courier. However, after several years, the government decided to review the Communications Act because there were shortfalls in the original Act of 1998. And around 2014, they started the review. And by 2016, the amendments were passed in Parliament, and the Act also included issues about the National Addressing System. The issues about National Addressing System weren't in the Communications Act of 1998, but are in the Communications Act of 2016. which we are currently using. And as a brief background, Dr. Chikwenda was my lecturer when I was doing MBA at the Polytechnic. He was a lecturer for research methodology. I remember him. This is the outline for my presentation. But before I go into this presentation, I just want to give you how MACRA came into being. Before 1998, we had no MACRA. And for the guys from MUBAS and my seniors here, they all know about issues about structural adjustment programs of 1992, 1993 from the World Bank and the IMF. These two Britain institutions wanted us to restructure our sectors. So one of the sectors that was earmarked for restructuring was the communications sector in Malawi. And in 1997, the government developed what was called the Communication Sector Policy Statement, which led to the passing of the Communications Act in 1998. And around 1995, 96, 97, we had an institution what was called Malawi Post and Telecommunications Corporation. It was a regulator and an operator. It was regulating the telecommunications and post and courier, but it was also offering telecommunications, post and courier. Because Malawi Post Corporation was in MPTC, was under MPTC. MTL was under MPTC. It was the Communications Act of 1998 that led to the delinking of MPTC into three institutions: Malawi Post Corporation, Malawi Telecommunications Limited, and Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority, MACRA. That's where MACRA came from. It was initially under MPTC. Now, as I have already said, before 2016, we had no comprehensive addressing system in Malawi. And the national addressing system is all about having a comprehensive addressing system whereby we'll be identifying every resident, not citizen, but resident in the country by the street name, the house number, and the postcode. And the national addressing system will be used by various sectors in the economy. I have heard about people from National Bank, Standard Bank, real estate, utility companies are not here, but still, they're also beneficiaries of this. This description, this one, he talked about this, our colleague from, is it Surveyors Institution? Yes, he talked about this. Before national addressing system, we had two types of addresses. This is the traditional way of addressing. You describe where you want to go. And the second type of addressing is the post office address, whereby you say, Institute of Surveyors, PO Box 100 Elimbe, for example. That's another type of addressing. So before national addressing system, we had two. We cannot say we did not have this. We still have this, even up to now. You can see how we describe where we want to go, or where you want someone to go. He talked about the Airtel agent, 30 meters from Blantyre bus stop. Ask the shop owner, behind a mango tree. My house is next to the Anglican church. That's what we are used to. Or, my address is Private Bag 261 Blantyre. That's an address for MACRA when we were at General Corner. However, these two types of addresses cannot be used today as we develop, and we'll show you why. Now, I have already said, the Communications Act of 1998 never talked about national addressing system. The Communications Act of 2016 gave MACRA the mandate now to implement physical addresses. And this is the exact wording in the Communications Act of 2016. The authority being referred to here, it is MACRA. So the authority shall, we are all in here. Shall, it's mandatory, it's not optional. May is optional, shall is mandatory. So shall, meaning whether we like it or not, MACRA shall manage, allocate, manage, and regulate addresses and postcodes. The addresses being referred to in this are physical addresses. That's why I said, keep in mind two words, physical addresses and postcodes. Because the mandate that was given to MACRA is to allocate, manage, and regulate physical addresses and postcodes. Allocate is a verb, we know. Manage is a verb, we know. Regulate is a verb, we know. There are two nouns there, addresses and postcodes. So you need to keep in mind those two words, physical addresses and postcodes. So we were given the mandate through the Communications Act of 2016. So what happened was, after this act was passed in Parliament in 2016, then there was a national conference on addressing at Crossroads Hotel in Lilongwe. And MACRA invited several stakeholders, including international experts. And one of the experts came from the Universal Postal Union, which is an umbrella body for all postal issues around the world. It's a UN institution. It's based in Bern, Switzerland. So we had that conference at Golden Peacock Hotel in Lilongwe for people to brainstorm on how we should implement. At that time, this was being referred to as Physical Addressing and Postcode Project. But the name changed to National Addressing System. So, people discussed and came up with resolutions from that. I have heard National Bank and Standard Bank, the Bankers Association of Malawi, were also part of that conference after the passing of 2016 Act. So, there were resolutions from that meeting. The first resolution was, even though the mandate to implement National Addressing System has been given to MACRA in the Communications Act of 2016 under Section 124, but for this to be properly implemented in the country, this should be a multi-stakeholder-driven national project. Why? MACRA does not have all the expertise that is needed for the country to implement the National Addressing System. So they decided that this should be a multi-stakeholder-driven national project. Keep that in mind. He was talking about Surveyors Institute not being part of. Yes, we admit, but we also try to clarify, and we were expecting that the office that we went to at that time could have led us to Surveyors Institute of Malawi. So that was one of the resolutions. This should be a multi-stakeholder-driven national initiative. The second is, what should be the prerequisites for us as a country to implement the National Addressing System? So here are the prerequisites. It was decided, because we had experts from South Africa, from Switzerland, and wherever, where National Addressing System is already in operation. So they decided, and for National Addressing System to be effective anywhere around the world, these are the prerequisites. All roads or streets must be identified. Well, the first word is identification. Must be identified and be given names. Why do you want to identify the roads first? If you go to a particular district council, we have official roads, and we have footpaths, and we have whatever. But we are talking about the official roads, the roads that are recognized by a particular council. So all roads, or particular council, or the National Roads Authority, those roads must be given names. So in a particular district council, we work with the councils for the communities to give the names. It is not Makra that will go to Nchinji District Council to dictate names for the roads in Nchinji. It is not officials at Nchinji District Council who will be dictating names for the streets in Nchinji. It should be the communities, the people in Nchinji are responsible for giving names to the roads or streets in Nchinji. That's the first prerequisite. All roads must be identified and be given names. The second, all houses must be numbered. We are saying according to the new system. What is this new system? If we go to a particular district council, we work with people from the GI section at that particular district council. We go to Namiwawa, for example. We have our digital maps. We have printed them. We go and these people from the district council will say, okay, this road, according to us, is starting from this and is going to this direction. So if they say it is starting from here, going to this direction, all houses on the left are given odd numbers. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and you go on. All houses on the right are given even numbers. 2, 4, 6. So wherever you go, or in Santon, he was talking about Santon, or in Santon, especially that area where our guys from Israel stay, you know the place. On the left side, odd numbers, on the right, even numbers. You see a 1 this side, you see a 2 that side. You see a 3 this side, a 4 that side. You never see a 1, 2, 3, 4 on the same side. This is internationally accepted standard. That's the second. All houses must be numbered. The third is all big buildings must be named. So it is up to people like these ones to say, no, this is a big building. No, this is not a big building. Jayamba House, Kangombe House, Makra Building, all big buildings must be named. So if you build, if you have a property which will be described as big, it is your responsibility to name that building if it is a private building. If it belongs to the government, it is the responsible ministry or department that is supposed to name that building. That's why Makra was responsible for naming its head office as Makra House. And the fourth issue is about mapping, the digital maps, for us to navigate. Because national addressing system is mainly about navigation and delivery services. For you to move from one place to another, you don't need the traditional way of addressing, giving directions like this. We need the navigation. So for us to have navigation, we need the maps. So these are the 4 prerequisites that were identified to help us implement the national addressing system in the country. All roads must be identified and be given names. All houses must be numbered. Big buildings must be named. And there should be maps. So, during the conference, they decided that, I have already talked about this point, this should be a multi-stakeholder-driven national initiative. And for us to effectively implement the national addressing system, they came up with 6 components. The first component is addressing standard. So I'll try to describe what an addressing standard is. If you say Makra, private bag 261 Blanta, that is an addressing standard. Addressing format. However, using the street name, the house number, the building name, and the postcode, the addressing standard will not be private bag 261 Blanta. It will be different. So we needed this component under national addressing system to address issues about how we are going to be addressing our correspondence going forward. Taking out the private bag or the PO box or the traditional way of addressing. So the first component was addressing standard. The second, the postcode. Other people, even today, if they asked about what is your postcode number, they say +265. +265 is a country telephone code. For someone to make a call from America or Iraq, for that phone call to come to Malawi and not Zambia, they need to start with +265 or 00265. That phone will come to Malawi. It's a telephone code, country telephone code. It's not a postcode. There is no country around the world that has one postcode number. Why? Because a postcode is an address for an area. For me to get to his house, I need first to know which area he stays before I get to his house. So the address for Namiwawa, as in Namiwawa, is the postcode number. Then the physical address for his residence, then I'll get to him. So people also decided that we should have this element of postcodes. And there are few slides on postcodes. I think we're going to discuss issues about postcodes later on. The third issue is about the address database. All rows must be given names. We need to collect that data, put it into the database. All houses must be numbered. We need to collect all that into the database. With the maps, then we'll be able to do the navigation. Physical infrastructure. You can say that we have a GIS, and I will explain later. We have a GIS and database committee. You can assign a tool to a certain property, and you can say this is Mombo Road. But if you don't put a physical infrastructure, in Chichewa we call them Zikwangwani, people will not know that this is Mombo Road. People will not know that this house is number 2. So we also need Zikwangwani or physical infrastructure for the roads and the houses. The GIS, we all know, I think I have heard people mostly about, from MUBAS mainly, students and lecturers, mostly about geographic information systems, the maps and whatever. And the final component is public awareness, what we are doing here today. Public awareness and sensitization. So these are the 6 components that people decided that we should have when implementing national addressing system in Malawi. And because these are separate components, they said, okay, because this is a multi-stakeholder driven national project, then we should have committees responsible for each of these components. So we came up with committees, 6 committees. There is a committee on addressing standards and postcodes. Remember, this is multi-stakeholder. There's a committee on addressing standards and postcode, and this committee is chaired by Malawi Post Corporation for a reason. They have been in the business of addresses for so long, the PO boxes and the private bags. So, this committee is chaired by Malawi Post Corporation, but there are several stakeholders in this committee. And the second committee is the legal committee or subcommittee. You might decide to call it a subcommittee. The legal, why? Why did we decide that we should have a legal subcommittee when we are implementing a project that is in the Communications Act of 2016 under section 124? Here is the reason. MACRA was given the mandate to implement national addressing system under Communications Act. But MACRA is not a landlord anywhere in Malawi. For us to implement, we need the landlords. We need Malawi Housing Corporation as a landlord. We need lands as a landlord, we need councils as landlords. Councils, they use the Local Government Act. Malawi Housing, they have their own act. The Ministry of Lands, they have their own act. So for us to make sure that while we are implementing national addressing system, we are not violating any other law in Malawi, we decided that we should have a legal committee. And this is made up of lawyers from various institutions, including the Ministry of Justice, but this is chaired by a lawyer from Malawi Housing Corporation. The third is physical infrastructure. It's Kwangwani, as I have already said, the road signages and the house numbers. This committee is chaired by Blantyre City Council on behalf of all the councils or on behalf of the Ministry of Local Government. The Geographic Information System and Database Committee, this is chaired by the Surveyor General. That's why I said I will also get back to him. Because the Surveyor General is a co-chair of the GIS and Database Subcommittee and the National Statistical Office. So we expected the Surveyor General to advise us that, yes, I'm the co-chair of GIS and Database, but also these institutions in Malawi should be part of the implementation of national addressing system. However, we have taken note. So we have two chairs on committee number 4, the Surveyor General and National Statistical Office. But remember, there are various stakeholders under each committee. The fifth one is Public Awareness Committee. This is chaired by Makra, but at first this committee was being chaired by Minister of Information. But due to frequent transfers, because civil servants are under common service, they can be at the Ministry of Information, you are using that person, down the line, he's transferred to Ministry of Lands, transferred to Ministry of wherever. So we said, okay, this should be under Makra. So the chair is Makra, but the Ministry of Information is also part of the Public Awareness Committee. And the last committee is Budget and Finance. This is chaired by Makra for the sole reason that we are the only financier for the implementation of the national addressing system. So this is the governance structure for the national addressing system. The 6 subcommittees are down there. These subcommittees report to the technical committee. The technical committee is chaired by Makra, but made up of the chairpersons of the 6 subcommittees. And the technical committee reports to the National Steering Committee. The National Steering Committee is made up of principal secretaries of various ministries and the CEOs of other institutions like National Registration Bureau and others. But we have 2 chairs there. The PS for Information and the PS for Local Government. The PS for Information, because Makra, as mandated by the Communications Act, is under the Ministry of Information. The Ministry of Local Government, because we are implementing this national addressing system in the councils. So, these are just examples of the other stakeholders that we have been with since the inception of national addressing system around 2018. The utility companies, ESCOM, the water boards, Malawi Revenue Authority, NRB, various ministries, Malawi Housing, Department of Service, even the physical planning, and other institutions. Remember, multi-stakeholder driven national initiative. Even at first, Bankers Association of Malawi used to attend these meetings, and then they started to disappear. Now, what are the benefits? So we divided this into 2, economic and social benefits. I will not go into each and every one. I will just pick 1 or 2 from the economic and 1 or 2 from the social benefits. But we'll share the presentations. Today, you are able to sit at your home, buy things online, either Amazon, eBay, Jumia, whatever. You buy things online, you pay online, but delivery cannot be online. You buy an iPhone, you buy clothes online, but delivery will never be online. But do we still need to go to the post office to collect what you bought from US? Today's generation will say, no, I want things to be delivered at my doorstep. So the national addressing system will facilitate doorstep delivery of services. Even during COVID, in countries where this is already, NAS will facilitate home delivery. Hopefully we are together. Social emergency services. Today, if there is an issue, sorry, I will use this example. If there is an issue at your house, 1 a.m. during the rainy season, you have been visited by these guys who come to our houses uninvited at 1 a.m. Imagine using this type of address. You have called the police to come to your house and help you. 1 a.m., rainy season, it's dark. And you are using this. No, behind a mango tree. But the guys are already in, either in your house or within your compound. And you are saying, no, you have only probably 30 seconds to make a call. Because if you continue talking, they will know, he's hiding somewhere here. So you only have probably 30 seconds to make a call. And you start describing, no, 30 meters from the bus stop. So you think the police will stop at the bus and start saying, 1, 2, 3, when 30 meters is here, then it's this house. No. With national addressing system, what you need to do is you give them the house number and the street name. Simple. And they will drive, using the application that we are going to develop, they will drive straight to your home and they will be able to help you. The same applies to ambulance services or fire brigade. At least for fire, they can see smoke somewhere. But you want an ambulance to come to your house and you started describing. And additionally, you cannot say, okay, I've been visited by the uninvited people and my address is Private Bag 261 Blantyre. So you think they will get to your home using a post office box number? No. Even in countries like, he was talking about UK, in countries like UK, there are no box numbers, right? There are no box numbers in the UK. No box numbers in the US. No, my address is Private Bags. No, they use home addresses, physical address, the national addressing system. We also have visitors, tourism. We want to encourage tourism in Malawi. So, someone wants to visit Nkopola Lodge, and he lands through Kia, Kamuzu International Airport, and he goes to a taxi driver, and he wants to go to Nkopola. But this guy probably is coming from a Portuguese-speaking country, Portugal, or in South America. He doesn't speak English. Our guy at the airport doesn't speak Portuguese or Latin. But this guy wants transport from the airport to Nkopola. Imagine that situation. If you go to countries like just here, South Africa. The Uber service, the taxi service, the Uber service. You just download an application. You have the application on your phone, and it will only ask you two things. From, meaning where you are. So if you are at the hotel like this, because it will also have its own physical address, you input the physical address, the property number, which is the house number I was referring to, and the street name. I also refer to issues about the street naming. So, from, you just say 9 Samina Mua Road. 2, where do you want to go? You say 10 Mango Street. From that, the application will show you the registration number of the vehicle and the cost of the whole trip. You stand there, it will come, pick you, you just say hi, and they will drop you exactly where you are going. In Malawi, because we don't have this house numbering, the street naming, this navigation, then this taxi driver will say, okay, then where are you going? Then you start describing. No, if you go to Namiwawa, after the mango tree, there's a church. And he will take advantage of you. He will pass, go around, move around, 30 minutes, and they will come to drop you and say, because we were missing this place, I said 5,000, now you pay 8,000. So, there are several benefits on national addressing system. I have just picked 2. Even the issue of the national card, registration card that we have. The data that they collected about you is about where you come from. The TA or the village headman and whatever. But where you stay, exactly where you stay, no. That's why NRB is also part of the national addressing system. So, a house number and a street name will give someone a direction to exactly where this one stays, where he works, where he prays, where she goes to school, the exact location. That's a physical address. The components are a house number and a street name. The third component is a postcode. So I already started talking about the postcode. What is a postcode? There's a technical definition. There's a technical definition of a postcode, but we'll use the second one. What is a postcode? It is just an address for an area. An area. So in Malawi, under the national addressing system, in the cities, an area is referring to the townships. Namiwawa, Kanjeza, Chinyonga. They have their own unique postcodes. In the councils, in the district councils, we are using the tiers and the sub-tiers. They have their own unique postcodes, from Sanje to Chitipa. These postcodes were developed and gazetted in 2019. So if you want to check a postcode, just go to www.macra.mw. You find a gazetted copy of all the postcodes in Malawi. Additionally, if you have a TNM number, just do *422# and it will give you directions, and you will know the postcode of where you are or the postcode of a particular area. So you can do it now. *422#. You know the post if you have a TNM number for now. But by the end of the week, we also have the Airtel numbers. So if you want to check the postcode for this place where we are, Blantyre CBD, 312220, sorry. You find it on your phone. So it's an address for an area. So each area has its own unique postcode. And we are referring to these as postcodes because we were under Britain, Commonwealth, In Britain, these are called postcodes. If you go to America, these are called zip codes. And in other countries, they are called area codes. It's the same. It's just an address for an area. So, we have two types of postcodes or zip codes or area codes in the world. Alphanumeric and numeric. In Britain, they are using alphanumeric, letters and numbers. He can confirm, because we're talking about Old Trafford and Wimbledon, and he can confirm. In Britain, they are using alphanumeric, a combination of numbers, letters and numbers. In America, they're using numeric, numbers only. And in Malawi, we also adopted the numeric type of postcodes. And our postcodes as Malawi have 6 digits, but each digit has its own meaning. Have 6 digits. The first digit is about a region. Remember, a postcode is an address for an area. We want to go to a specific area somewhere in Malawi. So the first digit is about a region. In which region is this area? So the first digit is about a region. If you see a 1, that means that number is a postcode for an area in the northern region. If you see a 2, the first digit as a 2, it means that area is for central region, somewhere in central region. If you see a 3, it's in southern region. That's the first digit. The second 2 digits is about which district in that region. Which district in that region. So, a 1 is for the north. If you see 01, that means it's a district in the north. 101, that's Chitipa. So we were starting from the north, the north, the north. 101 is Chitipa. 02 is Karonga. 03 is Rumpi. And you come down. If we get to the center, Kasungu, Nkhotakota, somewhere there, it should be 201, 202, 203, and you come down up to Nsheu. Starting from around Baraka, Mangochi, somewhere there. It should be 301, 302, coming down. Blantyre is 312. The last 3 digits now represents an area in that district. So the first is a region, the second 2 digits, a district in that region, the last 3 digits, an area in that district. Like this one. 3 is southern region, 12 is Blantyre, 200 is Blantyre CBD, where we are. You can check postcodes for Chiromoni using *422 hash to be different from this. The postcode for Chichiri is 312225. The postcode for Chitawira is 312221. Now, I talked about the addressing standards. That with the national addressing system, we are going to have a different addressing style on correspondences and somewhere. And I'm impressed by a business card that that our colleague has shared. This he included a physical address. It's his business card. He included a physical address. 1 Manning Road. 1 is the property number or the house number. Manning Road is the street name. You remember? What is missing here is the postcode number. So from today, you include the postcode number. On your, I don't know whether I have written all the addressing is the left or right. I don't know. Is it left or right? Left, okay. On your left, that's the old addressing style. And most of you are still using this one, the left one. Private Bag 261 Blantyre. Going forward with the national addressing system, we'll be using the new addressing system. Remember the 4 prerequisites. All roads must be named. You are seeing Samina Mwa Road there. All roads must be named. All houses must be numbered. You are seeing a 9 there. That's a property number. All big buildings must be named. You are seeing Makra House there. And the 4th one was mapping, which cannot appear here anyway, because this is an addressing style. But the Daud Suleiman's address has changed. But his office is still at General Corner. Makra House, 9 Samina Mwa Road, Chichiri Blanta 212225. On the postcode, the 3 is for for Southern Region, 12 is Blanta, 225 CBD. Now, let me talk about the 4th digit. If you see a 1 there on the 4th digit, if you see a 1 there on our postcodes as Malawi, then it means that area is a rural area. If you see a 1 there on the 4th digit. If you see a 2 there, then that area is in an urban area. That's why there's 225. 25 is CBD, but because it's in the urban area, that's why there's a 2 on the 4th digit. If you see a 3 there, then that area is in a municipal council like Kasungu or Luchenza, or now Mangochi. I'm told it was also elevated to municipal council. And if you see a 4 there, then that area is in a town council. Because at that time when we were developing this Mangochi, it was a town council, not township. Dr. Jikwenda probably can agree with me. The classification of councils: city, municipal, town, and district. Now, how far have we gone? Okay. Before I proceed, there's an inclusion of private bag 261 on the new addressing system. And he also included, this guy, also included, yes, 51336. There's a reason why we're including it now, but going forward, it is going to disappear. This is a transition period. Because people are not used to home deliveries. If we delete that private bag or PO box, then it will be difficult to deliver correspondences, parcels, and whatever. And we are still maintaining it now, but under normal circumstances, that PO box number is not supposed to appear on the new addressing system. That's why the address for the Prime Minister for Britain is just 10 Downing Street. And for Donald Trump is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. There's no PO box and whatever. And we also want to have such kind of an address for our president at State House, Kamuzu Palace, Sanchika Palace, and Soche Palace, or whatever. We also want such kind of an address. 10 Downing Street, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, such kind of an address, not PO box or private, no. Progress. We started implementing national addressing system in 2018, and we started with a pilot phase in Blantyre, because Makra at that time was in Blantyre. So we chose certain areas in Blantyre to represent the type of settlements that we have. We chose Namiwawa to represent all low density areas. We have low density areas in Malawi. So we chose Namiwawa. If you go to Namiwawa, the street names and the house numbers. We chose Chinyonga to represent medium density areas in Malawi. So if you go to Chinyonga, you have the house numbers, you see them, you have the street names, even though people are putting them down, but still, during the pilot phase, we made sure that we have the house numbers and the street names. We also went to Makata Industrial Area to represent all industrial areas in Malawi. So in Makata industrial area, you also see the house numbers and the street names. And also we went to Ndilande, around Safarao, on informal settlements. And there was, there was a struggle there. He's a lecturer, but he knows whether I should use the word poor planning, whatever, I don't know. But under normal circumstances, houses are supposed to be built on both sides of the road. But in Ndilande, people build the way they feel like building. Someone is building his house facing this direction, facing this direction. So we went to Safarao. We did the addressing. We went back to our meetings. We realized it's not working. The GIS and database subcommittee, being co-chaired by NSO and Surveyor General, then decided to come up with a new way of addressing in informal settlement. So we always have a map for Ndilande Safarao, for example, the way they look, but we can see them on the map, and we divide that area into sectional zones using the features that we can identify on the map, whether there's a road there, there's a river there. So we started saying this should be section A, section B, because at first when we started numbering, we were getting to around 3,000. 1, 2, 3, 3,000. It wasn't working. So we divided them into sections. So under each section you can have the numbers 1A, 2A, 3A, up to 100, 100D, for example. But it's a challenge to address informal settlements. But that's where we went. Ndilande Safarao representing informal settlements. And we also went to Lilangwe, some 3 villages in Lilangwe. Somba, Mangasanja, and Somola villages in Lilangwe, representing a rural setup. If you are going to Lilongwe, and there's the post office, Lilangwe post office, there's a 5F there on the building. That's the property number under national addressing system for that post office. And all those buildings between that post office and the police, the Lilangwe police, they are numbered. If you are going to Lilongwe any day, if you weren't paying attention, pay attention, and you'll see the numbers. So that's the pilot phase. Lessons were learned, report was developed and submitted. Then we started the national, we call it phased national rollout, because we are doing it in phases. So we went back to Blantyre, Lilongwe, Zomba, and Zuzu. Then we also went to all the districts in the north, around the Boma areas. We went to all the districts in the center. We started with Nchinji, Salima, Deza, Kasungu Municipal Council, and Njewa area. We came to the south. We started with Balaka, Luchenza Municipal Council, Chiladzulu, Mangochi, and the Lunzu area. Now we have extended to the remaining districts, 8 in the south and 4 in the center. Mwanza Neno, Sanje Chikwawa, Palombe Mulanje, Machinga, and in the center, Kota, Nchisi, and Ncheu. New addressing standards developed. I have shown you the old addressing standard and the new addressing standard. So on the new addressing standard, we developed a template. We sent it to, I talked about the Universal Postal Union, UPU, which is a UN agency on postal matters around the world. They are responsible for approving these addressing standards around the world. So we developed a template. We sent it to the UPU in Switzerland. They looked at it. They certified it, and we were given a certificate. It is called S42 certification. So the addressing standards that we are using are internationally accepted standard addresses. Postcodes developed. I was talking about the postcodes. They are in operation. You can check *422# on TNM. GIS mapping and data extraction. This is ongoing. When we go to an area, we need this. We must engage GIS teams under each council. So when we go to a particular council, we ask the DC to give us the GIS personnel so that we can start doing the national addressing system. Public awareness, what we are doing, but there's also a committee, you remember, public awareness and sensitization, that is chaired by MACRA, and the first national rollout, I've already talked about it. So here is an example. This is Chinyonga. Here's an example of how it is looking. For people who have never been to Namiwawa or Chinyonga of late, or Area 12 and part of Area 47, that 2 is the property number for national addressing system. So it means this is at a corner from where the road is starting, but on the right-hand side, because it's a 2. I explained that the odd numbers on one side, the even numbers on the other side. So because this is a 2, then it is at the corner from where the road is, but on the right-hand side. That's how it is supposed to be looking. However, on the informal settlements, I'll show you a picture for Lilangwe. And this is Lilangwe. This is addressing in Lilangwe. You can see we are using that plate, but for us to put it there, we have to drill. Because that's cement and whatever, bricks and cement, so we have to drill. Here, can we? No. That's why people decided that we should be using paint. But we know there are also good houses in areas like Lilangwe. So if someone has a very good house like the post office, they can go and get a plate 5F and fix it on the post office. But for these 2 boys, if we go and drill, then so we decided to be using paint. These are just examples of road signage. We are from Blantyre, right? We know this, where this is. The challenges, we'll just talk about the vandalism. We'll not go to finances, because this is for MACRA and the government to sort it out. Even though we have a budget and finance, we submitted some funding proposals to other international institutions, but we are yet to get a positive feedback, and it's now only MACRA. But on vandalism, on your left, this is Makata Industrial Area. In 2018, when we erected the road signage under the pilot phase, the next day we got phone calls from that area that the metal poles that we installed in Makata Industrial Area have been removed. So we reported to the police. The police said, let's go to Ndilande Market. So we went to Ndilande Market. On your right, I don't know, okay. These ones were the poles that were removed from Makata Industrial Area. And this is Ndilande Market. They were arrested. And the physical infrastructure committee then had to go back to the drawing board, because these galvanized metal poles were being removed, probably to make holes and whatever, panga knives. So they had to go back to the drawing board, and they came up with this one. It's a plastic pole perforated with concrete inside, sand, cement, quarry inside. And we went back to Makata Industrial Area and replaced the stolen ones. On this picture, you can see here, they removed the galvanized metal pole and we went back and put a plastic pole perforated. Some are still there and others were removed. And they also went back and decided to do a concrete signpost like this one. It's not exactly like this one. It's a bit beautiful, but this picture was taken from Namiwawa. This was placed in Namiwawa a long time ago. You can see a D at the very end. They said Mombo Road. Long time ago, before we started implementing national addressing system. But it is still there. So people felt maybe these ones. However, when we went to the north and started erecting the road signage in the north, I will mention the district, in Zimba, they were destroyed. There but there are metals inside there. So I think they know that if they break it, they will get the buckler bars, something like buckler bars. They will get them and they destroy them. And others, you could see they have just broken it and they haven't taken anything from there. So I have already covered this slide, what we have done so far. This is for city councils and I will not waste your time on this one. But let me conclude. That national addressing system is for everyone. It's not for MACRA. MACRA was only given the mandate to spearhead the implementation. That's why this is a multi-stakeholder driven national initiative. And we are interested to partner several stakeholders so that we can have a smooth implementation on national addressing system. We are inviting solutions to the current problems that we are facing, especially on the addressing for rural areas and informal settlements. We have a solution, but other people might have a better solution to what we have currently. So we are inviting more players to join us. We are inviting financiers to join us. I forgot one thing because we have banks. If you want to go to the bank and open a bank account, they give you an application form, right? And you are asked to draw a sketch map, correct? Do you know why you are asked to draw a sketch map? Absence of national addressing system. Once we have national addressing system fully implemented, you only be required to put your house number, street name, and the postcode number. Also, that is Bolobosha, whatever you draw there. If you have built a house and you want ESCOM to connect electricity to your house, they will give you an application form and they ask you to draw a sketch map. Even though you have drawn a sketch map, when they are coming to connect, they start making calls. Where are you? But they have a sketch map. Where I can't see you. No, I'm here, I'm standing by my house, I'm wearing a red t-shirt. That's what is happening. Water board, the same. That will be history once we fully implement a national addressing system. So this is for all the sectors in our economy. It's not about, because this is MACRA spearheading, then it's only about communication, the delivery of parcels and whatever. No. We have talked about emergency services. That has nothing to do with MACRA. We are talking about the banks using national addressing system on KYCs, utility companies. That's why ESCOM and water boards are part of the national addressing system implementation from the word go. So national addressing system will help us to have a more organized way of life, not using the behind the mango tree, there's an Airtel agent, then ask that one. No. That's how we are implementing national addressing system, and we hope with the involvement of several stakeholders going forward, we are going to have a robust addressing system that will aid navigation and delivery services in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bernard from Macra. I should say I was in a similar situation recently with ESCOM. There was a fault at my house and I had to explain. I had to give literally a descriptive address to where my house was, and it took them even longer to find it and help me. So I look forward to this. We are going to open up for 2 questions. If we have any questions or comments we'd like to give. Yes, Mr. Omar? Sorry. Jimalawi.
Chikondi, my name is Riz, yeah? Because you kept referring to me as you, so don't forget it, yeah? Chikondi, couple of things on behalf of Surveyors Institute. Sorry, it's?
Bennett.
You're Chikondi, all right, you're Kondwani. So, Bennett, on behalf of Surveyors Institute, well done. On behalf of the valuers, real estate agents, etc. I had no idea you guys had gone that far, personally. Maybe some of my colleagues in the room might have. But well done. I have seen the postcodes. I was very confused with them because just having numbers means it's very American, and I am totally against America, being half Canadian and mostly Malawian. So we are having this battle. But anyways, we'll add a letter somewhere very soon. On your subcommittees, and very, very importantly, I know you guys have gone really far, but please try and see if you can fit Surveyors Institute in your address and postcodes committee, your GIS committee for sure, which you've already mentioned, your public awareness, right? I think it's utmost importance. This should be done extremely urgently, so as that you're not too far in your take. I think there's value, there's a lot of value that hasn't been exploited, used, that is being tapped into, and some of the brains are sitting here in this room. So please, I would like to see that Macra comes forward directly to SIM and say, SIM, give us 10 people, we're going to put them in these various committees, and for sure, you're going to see a lot more benefit out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riz. Bennett, would you like to respond, or is it feedback and you're noted?
Thank you very much. We have taken note. However, we want to assure him that we have a project document, which is called a project charter, that will help us, that always helps us to guide the implementation of national addressing system. And it is about to be reviewed. So when we are reviewing the project charter document, we'll include the Surveyors Institute in the 3 committees which he is recommending for them to be actively involved in the national addressing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question, comment? You can just raise your hand. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Like my brother here, the Malawi Institute of Physical Planners would also wish to echo what he has said, because we appreciate, we have seen Ministry of Lands, Department of Physical Planning is included, but when issues happen, people start talking, where were the planners? But when people were constructing on Soche, the planners were not asked. And the ESCOM, Water Board, goes giving them electricity, water. But when something happens, where are the planners? Then where is the president to answer questions? So we would wish also to be included, to speak on the table with you.
Thank you. Since those are very similar comments, anyone else would like to add or a question? Yes, please go ahead, and then we can wrap it there.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. My question is going to the presenter again. I think going through all your entire presentation, I would seeing that most of the postcodes, you could refer them to buildings, but now in instances, maybe someone owns a farm. How do you look at that? Maybe the person would also have some things that are supposed to reach him to the farm. How are you going to give the postcode to a farm?
That's a very good question. Shall we give you some time to respond, or you'll come back to it later?
As I have already said, there are two elements to the national addressing system. There's a physical address, which is a property number and the street name, and there's also the postcode. So under national addressing system, we are making sure that we have to give an address to every resident. So if there is a property on the farm, that property will be given an address or a number. That property, that house, that is on the farm. If it is only a farm without any property, then we are not going to give it an address, because this is an address for every resident. So we are giving addresses to people staying in those buildings. So we give it to a building because there are people in those buildings where they work, where they live, where they pray and whatever, where they go to school. But if it's just a bare land, you go and farm, there's no property there, then there will be no physical address to that farm. But there will be a postcode for that area, because a postcode is an address for an area. Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Okay, well, we will have a networking session later, so feel free to build the ones that you already have. Our next presentation will be coming from Chikondi Mpamba, who's a land surveyor, and this presentation is on the role of a surveyor and GIS in the implementation of the National Addressing System. So join me in welcoming the lovely Chikondi Mpamba for her presentation. Warm round of applause, please.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning. As already been introduced, my name is Chikondi Mpamba. I'm a lecturer in engineering, surveying, and geodesy at MOBAS under the Department of Land Surveying and Physical Planning. So I'll be presenting on the law of a surveyor and GIS in the implementation of NASA. So please, my presentation will take a different direction. Most of the presentation that you have heard, they are explaining about the effectiveness of, let's say, NASA on real estate, NASA on something. But for land surveyors, I'll be presenting on the law of a surveyor, or the law of GIS in the implementation of NASA. So that's why my presentation will be different. So my presentation also is complying to the prerequisite for the NASA, which was the fourth point that was presented by Burnett. It's a component. The component is about geographical information system support for addressing NASA, and also it's in compliance with the prerequisite, which is the fourth, and the component, which is the fifth, about geographic information system and the mapping. So the next slide is about my presentation outline. So I'll go through the introduction. And also the law of a land surveyor and GIS. And the third one, it will be the importance of land surveyor in NAS implementation. Sorry, I did geodesy, so I was mistaking NASA because we deal more with NASA other than the NAS. So the last one will be challenges faced by land surveyor in NAS. So under the introduction, about NAS, it has already been introduced thoroughly, the importance of NAS. So usually and crucial for NAS, it's for effective governance. When you talk about effective governance, you're talking about economic growth, you're talking about e-commerce. If you're talking about emergency response, I think Bernadette properly explained about that. And also enhancing postal services. And the last one, we're talking of economic development. Most definitely, NAS will be crucial for economic development, specifically business growth. So for land surveyors play a critical role in providing precise geographical data and also defining property boundaries, which are fundamental to the accuracy and reliability of NAS. So as Bernard has already presented, the NAS will be dealing mostly about address location. So when you're talking about address location, that means you need coordinates. And coordinates, that means you'll be able to identify to say, where is Mount Soche? So for you to get to Mount Soche, that means you need coordinates. He also mentioned about that means you have an app that will be downloading. So for you to navigate towards that app, you need to have the coordinates for that location for you to be properly navigate that. So maybe, can you go to the next slide? I'll be explaining about the law. I think there are 5 laws of a surveyor that can use in the implementation of the NAS. So it's a video. Can you play the video before I can start explaining about the laws? So you can go back to the other slide. So as a surveyor, the first law that a surveyor does in the implementation of NAS, the first one is the establishment of reference framework. So for establishment of reference frameworks, that means you need geodetic control networks. When you are using the maps, whether I think you're saying you're dealing with Blantyre City Council, the people of GIS, that means when they are providing the maps for mapping, that means they need to georeference those maps. So for georeferencing the maps, you need control points. And these control points, they are not just any other control points around, maybe within Blantyre. We need precise, accurate control points, and these are geodetic control points. So the geodetic control points, the surveyor, the first thing before doing the actual mapping, we need the control points, and the control points need to be defined by surveyor. So once you have the control points, set, then you need to collect the data, the actual data. So the data can be collected in different ways. I know this time around we have ground methods. We also have space methods of data collection. So in the video, you can see from the beginning of the video, there were surveyors that were setting up the instrument like the GPS, the total station, and also you saw a drone. So for GPS total station, those instruments are ground methods instrument that you can use to collect data. Also for the drone, that means you are going to get, because it's a space, you fly it and you get the information from the space, so it's a space method. So from the space method, most of the times, I think for example, even in Ghana, when they are having their own national address system, they use the space method. In this case, they use the satellite. So they downloaded satellite, for example, you can use the Landsat, you can use there are different types of satellites available that you can download and to correct that data so that you can be able to identify the location of the plots, whether it's residential, whether it's an industrial area. So another law that a surveyor plays in the implementation of national addressing system is the address and numbering logic. I think Mr. Barnett also mentioned about numbering. So for numbering, you cannot just wake up and number to say the section, because I remember he mentioned about working with the Surveyor General and the Geographic Information Committee for them to even number for example, the case of Ndilande. So that means it needs still the expertise of the GIS expert to be able to number the residential area properly. Otherwise, if you just guess to say we'll number it like 1, 2, 3, then it will not work. So the other point, the law of a land surveyor also, it's integrating with GIS. GIS, it just means Geographic Information System. So how can we integrate the data that we get on the ground into GIS? So most of the times the data that we get on the ground is in terms of coordinates that cannot be interpreted by a layman. So at the end of the day, we want to have a map, we want to have a database. So we cannot have a database of just coordinates, then it would be hard for us to identify, to say where is Mount Soche, where is the Ndilande, where is the Chinyonga. But if you collected the data in form of satellites, or you collect the data in form of coordinates, then you can take that data and utilize geographic information methods. For example, we have softwares like ArcGIS. We can use ArcGIS to process the data, then to produce the map or to produce the information that is required for the creation of the database, that we can be able to use the database to navigate, to say, oh, for me to try to go to Zomba, to a specific area in Zomba, then I have to put the direction from Blantyre to Zomba, then it take you like that. And the last part about the laws of a land surveyor is the quality control and validation. So after collecting the data in the field, whether using the ground methods, using the GPS and the total station, or whether using the satellite image by georeferencing them, then you're supposed to do quality control. We cannot just implement the data, we cannot just get the data from the GIS experts straight away and implement it on the ground. What we need is to check quality control. That means we have to do ground truthing. So that means that you have to check your data if it's within the allowable misclosure, within allowable accuracy, depending on your project design. So after doing that, also you can do validation. Validation is still means of checking, but over the time also you need to maintain the data, because the data that you are getting now in terms of the coordinates of the position, for example, position of Mount Soche, you get the coordinates today, it will be 2 or 3, but over time, because things are changing, in this case that means the earth is in motion all the time, the center of the mass is not always on the same point, it moves, it affects the position as well. So to maintain the integrity of the data, to maintain the integrity of the address location, you need to do continuous update, because it can change up to 5 meters per year. So if we don't incorporate, if we don't maintain the address location, that means over time, if someone wants to travel from, let's say Blantyre, maybe to a specific location in Zomba, that means over time, if you are using the odd coordinates for address location, over time you will not find yourself in the exact place that you wanted to be, let's say 10 years back, because things have changed. So there's need, the law of surveyor also, you have to update the address location. Can you go to the next slide? So this is just a sample of a satellite image, and this is one of the informal settlements. So one of the requirements when you're doing, when you are using space-based space methods, that means you need to utilize high resolution satellite. If you are not utilizing high resolution satellite, that means you are going to compromise on your output, because that means the satellites will not be accurate enough. Even if you georeference, that means it will still move with some percentage. You're not going to get the accurately the way you want it. So it's also very important, because we are dealing with location. We are dealing with delivery. So you don't need someone, you send someone to say he's supposed to get a certain parcel. If the satellite image used is not of high accuracy, that means you are compromising. Then you start later on getting feedbacks from people to say the app is no longer working. Why? Because you have compromised it on the data that you are using, whether it's a satellite, whether it's in terms of maintaining that, whether in terms of also the actual instrument, if you are used ground methods, or in terms of the control points that you used when you are georeferencing your information. So there are a lot of points in terms of importance of a land surveyor in the implementation of national addressing system. So most definitely, the land surveyor expertise will enhance efficiency in postal and delivery service. I think I've already mentioned about that the land surveyor, because they know in terms of accuracy of address location, they know that maybe after 10 years we have to maintain, we have to change, we have to update whether it's an app. So if the land surveyor is not involved in that process, that means you have hiccups in the delivery. You are going to compromise on the output, and you have feedback from let's say maybe residents, whether people from the business, that we are not getting the address location properly, they are being misled. So the land surveyors also, the expertise of land surveyors also improve emergency response time through accurate location identification. Still more falls on the same point. Also, you can talk about support of tax administration and revenue authority. Of course, it still connects to those in real estate, also those in even those that were dealing. I think Blantyre City Council is dealing with QVR. I think it's in the past 2 or 3 years. So with the coming, that means if with the accurate address location, it will be easy, because during that time they employed I think valuers and surveyors. They were actually going on the actual ground to pick corner coordinates of the houses. But with the coming of national address system, if it's accurate that the surveyor has properly provided information concerning the location in terms of the boundaries of the plot, if it's properly done, that means it will ease even the work for example, for projects like QVR. That means most of the work can just be done in offices other than going out. That means you are reducing the expenses in terms of the budget. So it's also very important in that way. And the last part, it facilitates investment and business development by ensuring address reliability. So you can see that the importance coming in, because the surveyors have provided accurate information to the implementation of the national address system. So the challenges, I think, of course, here Mr. Barnett also mentioned about vandalism, but the challenge for surveyors in this case, inconsistency or outdated land records. So if maybe the marker is working with the city council, if the city council doesn't have updated information, maybe they're just using all the land records, what will happen to their app, what will happen to the output of their work? It will be compromised. So maybe there are surveyors in those city council, but they don't have updated information, so it will still compromise on the work. So on the surveyor side, if there is inconsistency and outdated land records, that means it will still compromise on the implementation of the national address system. And the second one is lack of standardized addressing format in some regions. Of course, Mr. Barnett also mentioned about that. That means Chinyonga, they are doing it differently from informal settlements. For example, he gave an example of Lilangwe. So it's different. It's no longer the same format of addressing. So those are some of the challenges. Another one, resistance from local communities to new addressing system. As a surveyor, we can also face that, because if you're a surveyor, you want to go and correct data. For example, if you're within cities, for example, Blantyre, it's easy to work with a satellite image for maybe Chinyonga and in other, maybe Kanjeza. But if you are working with satellite image within Blantyre, where you have high-rising building, it's very hard to pinpoint the address location in terms of the actual area, in terms of the boundaries. For example, Mount Soche, it's very hard. And most of the times in most countries, for example, when Ghana was introducing its own national address system, in cities, they were collecting data. They went on ground, other than using satellite image. They had to go to areas like this, the CBDs. They had to go and complement with ground methods so that they can get the accurate information concerning that compared to using satellite image. So satellite images were applicable to areas that, for example, Chinyonga, they don't have high-rising buildings, multi-story buildings. So that could be also other challenges if you are using all the satellite images for all the area without differentiating between these areas, to say this area we can handle it this way, this area we can handle it this way. And the last one is the need of continuous technological upgrade and training. Technology today, things are changing. Tomorrow you have a phone, next year, example iPhone, they always release a latest. The same applies to surveying. We have equipment coming in, year out. So sometimes you find that you want to match with the technology, but you are limited because you don't have new equipment. For example, I give a good example for surveying, nowadays people are using GPS, and not many are using total station. But you find that maybe GPS is too expensive. You find that you not find it with a lot of companies or a lot of government institutions. So it becomes very hard. Maybe, for example, if the MACRA working with Blantyre City Council or other councils which are local councils, for example, in Mangochi, you find that in Mangochi they don't have the same equipment with the ones in Blantyre City Council, the ones in Lilongwe City Council, but they will still use the same equipment to provide data to them to produce a national addressing system. So you find that they will provide different information with inconsistency, accuracy of the data that they require. So I just provided some real-world examples of national addressing system. In Dubai, there is one, and I think it's still ongoing. Ghana, they completed, I think they started in 2017? I think they started around that. And India as well, Nigeria as well, they are working, they have their own national addressing system that they are utilizing. Can you go to the next slide? So, in conclusion, I like to say that land surveyors are fundamental to the successful implementation of national addressing system. Because without land surveyors, that means you have inconsistent data. And that inconsistent data will work to the disadvantage of the national addressing system. And also the expertise in mapping, in this case we are talking of GIS, processing the data, producing the data, and the expertise in spatial data management and legal compliances will ensure that for an effective and reliable and accessible national addressing system. Thank you so much for listening.
May we please give Chikondi another round of applause. So very short and sweet presentation, made all the sense it needed to. We will take questions once we come back from lunch, but I feel like we can do two presentations back to back because while they're similar, they are different. But I think we can collate our questions and ask them at one time. Our next presentation will be from Prince Machika, who is a certified real estate practitioner, and he will be talking about elevating the real estate standards through using the national addressing system, which is the thematic point for the day. So Mr. Prince Machika, over to you. After which we will take a short break for lunch and continue and finish this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. I think you've been given a lot of good mornings. I will not say another good morning. I've seen everyone is fine. So my presentation, I'm looking at how the national addressing system can enhance real estate practice, because that's what we are talking about. We are talking of enhancing our profession and the people who utilize our services using the national addressing system. How important is this system? How are we going to integrate with it? So as we are waiting for it to be projected, that's what I'll be talking about. But I feel like most of the things have been said. With my elder there, two elders have, I feel like they have exhausted whatever I wanted to say, but I'll try to pick some things. I will talk about that off the mic. Mr. Dan, it seems you don't want me to present. Okay, maybe I should just start. Now, from the explanations that people have given us, Barnett, Mr. Ritz, Mr. Chirinde, we have all seen that the national addressing system is a real estate issue. It's a fundamental principle in as far as real estate is concerned. Now, how will this system help us as professionals? We're talking of property valuers, we're talking of estate agents, we're talking of physical planners. How does it impact our work? Reese, you said that one time you went to see a property and then you couldn't locate it well. That's the highlight, the plight that we face in our industry. Of course, we might not think it's a problem, but because we are used to it now. But it's a challenge because it takes our time to have a precise location of a property. Sometimes it becomes a challenge. Now, with the coming in of this system, it will help us to move quickly, to do things in a faster way. At the same time, it will also help those people who rely on our services, especially banks. Because there are times, as professionals, you want to do a property evaluation, you are still trying to gather information. Evaluation that could have been done in, let's say, 30 minutes, you take time searching for a property because of those issues. 10 left, 10 right, all those issues come into play. So with the coming in of this system, it will help us to improve our services. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, so the other things I've already said, you can go to the next slide. As earlier one said, real estate revolves around location. It's the foundation of our principle. Where we do valuations, where we sell properties, it's all to do with location. As I said, estate agents, valuers, even surveyors and the physical planners, they rely on location to get information. So the NAS, the National Addressing System, gives us an official structured system to map and organize property locations, which improves our efficiency. You can go to the next slide. So it improves accuracy in property documentation and verification. It enhances professionalism, trust, and transparency. You will all agree with me that issues of real estate, there are a number of people who have been scammed. Others have been sold a property, one property being sold to 3 people. It happens. It's not like those people, they didn't know what they are doing, but they trusted those people. Only that they trusted the wrong people. Now, if we have this system, the national addressing system, it will give us that transparency. It will create trust among professionals. It will also support informed decisions across institutions and professionals. All those people, the estate agents, valuers, surveyors, and physical planners, banks, and service providers will also be included in that, because they need, for them to make a decision, let's say for them to give a loan, someone wants to give their property as collateral, they need to make a decision whether to accept it or not. So this national addressing system is giving that information accessibility where those decisions can be made. Now, for us to achieve all these things, NAS is giving us, we need to make sure that there is collaboration among institutions, because without the collaboration, everyone will be working in isolation. For instance, Mr. Oh, you don't want me to call you Mr. Riz said that, you see, in Ministry of Lands, they are using their own, they are doing their things. City Council, they are also doing their things. District Council, they are also doing their things. So for us to have a central area in terms of data, we need to have this this national addressing system will help us. Now, in this collaboration, who are the essential people to make sure that this is done? We have estate agents, valuers, surveyors, physical planners, banks, and financial services, because the needs of an estate agent might be different from the needs of a bank. What the bank needs, they want precise location, they want a property that is free from any encumbrances, they want a clean property so that they can be able to manage to get back their money. So this system, it will help us, but we need to have a unified approach to ensure accuracy, to ensure accurate data, improved planning, and efficient service delivery. Now, in terms of the professional practice itself, as already highlighted, in terms of property identification, documentation, and verification, as professionals, that will be a plus, because it means our work has been made easier. All professionals here, especially valuers, you agree with me that getting information is a problem. So if we have this implemented, it means we'll be able to have information readily available. We'll be able to use NAS data in valuation reports. For agents, it will be easy for them to list their properties, because if the property has been put on the portal, everyone can check where it is located and other attributes. For instance, the size of a property, you can actually look at, Bandit mentioned digital maps. In other areas, when you punch in the address, you can actually see the street of that property. You can actually see the property. So that will help. Now, in terms of, for us to fully utilize this system, we need to have enough training, educate our clients on NAS benefits in real estate. That is why we have the banks here, because most of the valuations, the banks are used by the banks. Go to the next slide. Now, for us to make sure that we are all working together, we need to raise awareness through education, like what we are doing here. We need to find ways on how we can collaborate, how we can work together and make sure that everyone is aware of what is happening. Like what we are doing here, conducting information sessions in partnership with MACRA, engaging now and again. We also need to promote the national addressing system benefits to everyone who is concerned in the field. And we also need to highlight the national addressing system as a tool for transparency and property legitimacy. And we have to tell our customers, whether you are an estate agent, a property valuer, we have to share with our clients how this system can improve service delivery. Now, we have to go to the challenge. We have to look at the challenges and opportunities which are there. The first challenge could be high implementation costs and training costs, because to gather a meeting like this, it's not easy. Another thing is that, as most of the people have said, like my elder there said that he didn't know that this is happening. So that's also a challenge. People need to know what the national addressing system is, so that from there now we can build to get to the other attributes on how it can work, how we can use it efficiently. The other issue is on institutional resistance to change. That always happens. Some people don't want to change how they do things. Another issue which we've also met, because before this workshop, we had an engagement with the then acting director, Mr. Namaja. People were asking that how safe is our information. I think he gave an explanation on that, but that's a concern, because people think that when you have an address, it's on the internet, anyone can just know that, oh, this house belongs to Mr. Tunde, so they can go there. So I think Bennett highlighted that in the presentation. What opportunities do we have? You will see that this system, if fully implemented, it will improve efficiency in service delivery. It will create greater trust and credibility for professionals, and it will also prevent fraud issues. In real estate, issues to do with fraud are not new. Everyone here has heard of such issues. So those are the opportunities which we are looking at. Those issues of fraud will be minimized. I don't want to say eradicated, because I don't know, but I think they'll be minimized. On the issue of urbanization, I think for the planners, that will also be an opportunity for them, because it will promote how they plan. They will see, because everyone has, there will be information at a central place. Now it's easier to plan in terms of where the city is growing to, where should be the high-end properties, and all those things. My final thoughts as a professional: the national addressing system is not just a system, it's a strategic solution, because in real estate there are a lot of challenges which we face. So this system, it will build trust, promote efficiency, and support smart urban development. By adopting the national addressing system, we future-proof our profession, because as Chikondi said, technology, we are still growing each and every day. So with this system, our future in terms of technology is secured. Finally, I call upon each of us to make sure that we fully understand what the national addressing system is and how it works. We should also support MACRA as an institution by giving ideas on how we can improve the system, collaborate across professions to mainstream NANS. That's where banks come in. We need to collaborate so that whatever is being put in the system should benefit us in the end, because we don't want a system which at the end of the day is there but we can't use it. It can't benefit us. We also need to make sure that we take part in this national addressing system, because it is a tool to elevate standards and client service. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can read it. think things that matter most must never be at the mercy of things which matter least. This national addressing system, in as far as real estate is concerned, matters most. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Machika. I'm sorry, I need to stop saying this Mr. thing. Maybe I should just be saying thank you so much, Prince. At this point, we will be breaking for lunch. Our coupons, just make sure you have a coupon when you're leaving. The time is 20 minutes after 12. Let's reconvene in this room by 1. And our first presenter will be Riz. And then we'll have a Q&A session right after that. So if you've got any questions, I hope you have written them down. We will do a Q&A session right after Riz's presentation and then conclude with the last 2 presentations. So if we may, break for lunch, make sure you have a coupon, and be back in this room by 1 o'clock. Exactly. Thank you so much for your attention. Let's enjoy our lunch and see you in a bit. Good afternoon. It's always interesting at workshops and conferences to see how many people make it back inside after lunch. A healthy number, which is good to see. We are ready to continue with the second half of the workshop, and we have 3 presentations lined up. But as I said before, there were 2 presentations that were given, and I'm sure some people had a few questions for Mr. Bennett. So if you have questions for Chikondi, and Principal Chick is also out, but if you have questions for Chikondi or Bennett, now is a great time as we wait for Riz to join us and give us his presentation as well. Is there anyone? You can just raise a hand. Lucy, I know you had a question. Please ask it. And there's a hand over there. So let's start. We can start with you, and then the gentleman in white. Ask us your questions. Your name and who your question is going to.
Hi, my name is Lucy Kapanga, and I just have a question about the national addressing system. It's quite similar to, let me just start with a little background. It's a bit similar to what I would call possibly Google Maps. So I just wanted some clarification. How different is this from Google Maps, the data that you collect for the national addressing system? Is it something that is solely for the national addressing system, or is it data that's also uploaded to other GPS or, let's say, something like Google Maps? Thank you.
Okay, let's take the second question and then we'll get to the answers.
I'm Nixon Mwanyali. My question goes to Chikondi. With the coming of national addressing system, do you see the importance of having plot numbers for properties?
That's a good one. All right, Mr. Bennett, let's begin with your answer, and then Chikondi can take the second one.
Thank you very much. Currently, people are using Google to get to a location. But using Google, it can take you to the graveyard. You can agree with me, currently. Or can take you to a dead end. So what we are doing is we have partnered with Google. We have what is called a non-disclosure agreement. So once we are done with street naming for a particular locality, we are sending the shape files to Google. Even this morning, we have sent the shape files for some street names for Blantyre City to Google. If you check on the Google Maps for Chitipa Boma, Rumpi Boma, Karonga Boma, you see the streets properly named. It's a product of national addressing system. So we are working with Google. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Chikondi? Could we please have a roving mic given to Chikondi? Thanks.
Thank you so much for your good question. I think there's no need to use plot numbers. But unfortunately now, because I think for the national addressing system, they haven't integrated that cadastral survey information. So as of now, we cannot, we still have to work with plot numbers. But for example, in Ghana, I saw when they were implementing their project, they also incorporated cadastral surveys in the in the national addressing system. So as of now, because I think the national addressing system is standalone, there's no integration of cadastral information. So as of now in Malawi, we still have to use plot numbers, but if we can work together incorporating cadastral surveys, maybe that can be enhanced and be able to just use maybe one identification number. Thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, another question from Riz?
Sorry, just a quick question to you, Chikondi. From a valuer's point of view, you mentioned that without the upgrading of the systems, which happens with our phones, etc., you're saying that because it's via satellite, it can move maybe 5 meters or 10 meters or whatever. because a lot of us, if we've done a valuation of property 10 years ago and we want to revalue it today, we'll use the same dimensions we had 10 years ago, saying, well, I don't need to physically see the property now. Is that what you said earlier? Is that the measurements could be thrown off?
Okay, thank you so much for that. I say that because the Earth is in constant motion, so the center of the mass moves to up to 5 meters per year or so. So that has an impact on the positioning of the weather building. If you take the coordinates of the building, it will be affected by that center of the mass, because when we are calculating coordinates, we refer them to a reference system. So that reference system refer to maybe to ellipsoid. So the ellipsoid is calculated based on the center of the mass. So that means the changes that are happening over the year, it will have an impact on the coordinate positioning. Or in this case, for national addressing system, it will have an impact on the what? On the address location.
And you're going to present this at the CBD this year for the conference, right?
Oh, okay. No problem.
Thank you.
I think that's a very good segue for us to hand over to Riz for his presentation this afternoon. He's got 30 minutes. Oh, one more question, and then while he's making his way to the stage, you can ask your question. And yeah, you've got 30 minutes, Riz, for your presentation and questions.
My question goes, follow-up question from the gentleman that asked about plot numbers to Chikondi. From the point of view of a lender, where we have our encumbrances using title numbers and plot numbers, with the coming in of NAS, how will that affect eventually when we get integrated and the plot numbers are phased out?
Thank you for that. In this regard, for Malawi, we are not integrating cadastral survey information. It's only about national addressing system. National addressing system only. So these things are standalone. So as of now, we don't know whether the government has future plans. It's something that I just saw by, for example, being done in Ghana, that they had also to incorporate cadastral survey information. But for Malawi, I don't know whether the government has that plans or that. So it's just a speculation. So maybe when that time comes, I don't know when, I don't know whether it can be done. So still more, you still have to use the old system. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. You see, I knew I left my pen somewhere. Eh? I always use black pens, and now I've had to use a blue one. But thank you for leaving it here. So, I'd like, my role here is to try and show MACRA and explain to MACRA the value or the impact of valuations. Can I ask all the real estate professionals in the room to stand up, please? Sorry, Kondwani, can you just stand with your back to the wall? If you can stand up, please, and just stand with your back to the wall so you can see the entire room. Okay, so these are your real estate professionals that have enjoyed this place. I'd now like everybody that owns a property to stand up. Kandwani, you with me? Even one of your brethren is there. So this is all the people that own a property. We've now got the real estate professionals, the people that own a property. I'd like all those people that rent a property to stand up. Please stand up. And this also helps digest the lunch. Kondwani, you with me? Right? The gentleman in Macra is not standing up. So he's not renting a property, he doesn't own a property, but he may live in a family structure. Can those people stand up? Okay. Please, you may sit down. Kondwani, while you're standing, 100% are affected by what you're doing. 100% of the people. And that impacts the value. Please sit down. I'm not trying to sell Surveyors Institute. I'm not trying to try and just be a salesman. What I'm trying to emphasize is the importance of having the valuers or people within real estate within your structure that you're developing. Because each one of them, whether you are an owner, you will need a value. What is my property valued at? If I'm value adding it, if I'm building a property, adding a second bedroom, a second garage, I've got kids, I need a bigger home. The Kondwani who lives behind me decides to buy the property and put his fence 2 meters inside my property. What happens there? Right? I need to call a surveyor in. Please, can you show me where the beacons are? Because for some reason in Malawi, the beacons are in the ground. And we grow maize on that. We can never find the beacons. Hence the need for digital. I don't know why people were not allowed to put big stakes. Maybe we can put Chikondi put a beacon in with a stake with a Bluetooth on top. So that way then you can just zap, zap, zap. But these technology ideas need to come into place. Why get into a fight with the neighbor? Let's move on to the rentals. You need a value for it. What am I paying for a house in Mandala compared to what I'm paying for a rental in Sunnyside was used? What am I paying for in Chinyonga or Chimakunda, right? It all works with values. She's laughing at my chichewa down there. Admit it. Anyways. So yes, valuation. I'm going to cut my presentation in half because the gentleman after me, Sam, is going to be talking on real estate, which I had part of, and I'm not going to touch on that, so I'm going to just concentrate. Let's understand, just for general information, the banks are here, or at least one of the major banks, no, 2 of the banks, even Nico is here. A valuation is an opinion by a professional. A valuation is not set in stone. So one of the challenges you may have by saying that, no, if we introduce valuations onto the National Addressing System, the NAS, right, it's an opinion. We need to be very careful with that. Hence the reason when Barnett was up, the question I asked, no, you need to have people in the other committees as well. Right? We need to be very careful. Second thing is the Privacy Act. I don't want to reveal that the house I live in is worth 100 million when somebody down the road is living in a 20 million kwacha house. You know, we need to be a bit careful. Yes, if it's an official sale, if it's an official rental, that's part of it. So coming back to the rentals need guidance, it needs evaluation. If I'm doing a valuation on a large building, let's say with a multi-story building, like, what did you mention, the property down the road? Not Mount Soche is a hotel, so an office block, right? One needs to look at the rental income on it. Because as an investor, which is what the banks are going to look at, then what is the capital returns of it, right? Again, it's an opinion. It's going to be my opinion. Yes, there are some numbers we play with, but I'm not just going to look at the numbers. I'm going to look at the location. I'm going to look at the parking. Hence the reason I made the statement earlier about National Bank building a beautiful building, multi-billion kwacha building. Where's the parking? I get so irritated going to National Bank, my bank, and I've got to wait for this vendor to move and that guy to move. I should be able to get the parking quickly and easily. And that's going to become, the amount of cars we've got on the road carries an impact. Where's the location? How do I get in and out? Bantai City went and changed the roads. Everything goes one way. It affects the valuation of the property, right? Again, if there is that relationship with the city councils and they want to go a one-way system, it affects the value of the property. So you have a cost return, a cost basis on a valuation, which is rebuilding that property. You will have an income-based figures to try and prove the value of it. You'll have location having a major factor on the valuation. And now what's coming in, as we're looking at the national address system, right, it's impacting all these organizations, which is also it's impacting the valuers as well. It's called international valuation standards. So last year I was at the International Valuation Conference in South Africa, and they took us to the Africa Mall. It's the largest shopping mall in Africa. It's massive. You can walk for days there. There's shops after shops after shops. But as a valuer, I'm now looking at it totally different. I'm now looking at the designer shops and the food shops, etc., etc. What I'm now concentrating on, what is the value here? Bricks and mortar, very easy to calculate. Anybody who owns a property, oh, well, I had 10 trips of bricks, 5 trips of sand, I use this amount of cement. No, it comes down to what are the services being provided. How is your water system, your backup water system, backup electricity system, parking, security? Are the parking lots, do they have lighting? What type of lighting? Is it ESCOM or is it reusable energy? If it's reusable energy, you've got to invest in the reusable energy. So all this impacts. And to assist with the national address system, these things will play a factor in all the decisions you're making on how you're going to create postal addresses. I mentioned earlier, what's a postal address? SW16. I mean, for years I didn't know what it was until I went and Googled it and said, okay, Wimbledon. I love tennis. And I like to watch tennis being played on grass. And I said, wow, so when you go to England, where do you live? Oh, I live in SW16. That's the postal code, as you mentioned. Was it 1600 Pennsylvania is President Trump's place, right? Buckingham Palace, where the king stays, right? So we need that pride in Malawi as well, right? We know the palaces are known as Sanjika, or what's Lilongwe known as? Kamuzu, was it? Yeah, Kamuzu Presidential, right? Kamuzu Palace, right? So, you know, we need that pride in everything we're doing. And then it also affects that if you're creating these addresses, because we're not just looking at just the physical addresses, is the various areas that are now developing, right? We keep saying informal areas. I don't like using the word informal. I look at it as developing areas. I want to be positive about this because I do a lot of real estate in these developing areas. And the reason I concentrate a lot on that is because there are people out there that are looking to live a better life. But in order to live a better life, they need money. And the place they can go for money is our dear bankers or the financial institutions. How do I prove to Mr. National Bank that this person warrants the money? It's only through my opinion and value, but I need to bring in the entire area. Chigamula at the moment is going through a lot of changes. There's a whole new sector, which I just learned about 2 weeks ago. It's being funded or being supported by the MITF. That carries a lot of weight. If the Malawi Investment Fund is pushing that people invest their monies there immediately. 10 years ago, you could buy 5 acres of land at 500,000 kwacha, 50,000 kwacha, because they didn't know what the value was. Right? Unless they went to a professional, like the professionals, some of the professionals, then obviously we put our foot down, right? But people were getting ripped off. Villages were getting ripped off. And that's unfair. The banking system has been very, very, to me, traditional, that they don't put value on land, right? It's been part of their internal policies, right? Where if it's bare land, they don't give you value. They'll give you value if it's a farm, because it's reaping. But in a valuation report, if there's a built-up area, land will come in as a value. Now, we need to break these old traditions, and we need to work with the banks, address systems that, look, it's not just bare land. It's 5 Chugamula Street. And immediately, we're hoping that the banks will now be on our side, because that creates business for us. It's not a matter of just valuing the property. It creates business, because the person will come in, buy that property, develop it. He may create shops there. He may create 10 townhouses. There's a rental. That affects values as well. So it comes back to the real estate. The real estate gets involved. The guy goes back to the bank, no, I've got a second property, I need a valuation done to see if I can get more money. And that's how it rolls. Everything figures in a situation like that. Location. Everybody talks about location as being sort of a thumb rule in real estate. It impacts valuers as well. It's the same thing with the national address system. Whatever's been developed has been developed. Great. Now let's use it that it can take advantage, can build better lives. I think putting a system like this is not just for the sake of looking good for the rest of the world. We want to make life easier. We want to make it more convenient. So let's create those locations. Now those locations, how do we put value to them, is again through using the professionals. As I mentioned earlier on behalf of SIM, that we have over 200 members. They need to be supported. Not everybody's got jobs out there. There's not as many valuations as we want. There's a few companies, they work. We've got the QVR in Blantyre, the QVR in Lilongwe, there's a QVR done in Mangochi. For those of you who don't understand what a QVR is, it's a quantity valuation that's done by the city councils in order to set the city rates, right? Some of it is just done ad hoc. I had a student from Mubas come to my house and say, okay, this is the value, and walked away. She didn't realize who I was. I got my charges in. Chikondi's laughing there, and I said, what the heck is this? Right? So I phoned her, and I said, excuse me, ma'am, but you valued my house at X, Y, Z. On what basis? Oh, well, the property up the road is the same value, so your house is the same value. I said, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can't just go and say it's the built-up area could be different, the square meterage could be different. The funny thing was, I just finished building my house 2 years prior to that. So I know exactly the cost of my house. So she can't come and tell me that I built it at 1,000 kwacha a square meter when I built it at 500 kwacha a square meter, right? So people need to understand that from a valuation point of view, which also impacts the city rates, right? Areas. Again, valuers, some of us, I mean, I get mixed up a lot going out into the various developing areas, right? But let's look at Lilongwe. You go from Area 2, you drive through the notorious Area 2, where I grew up many, many moons ago, and you drive into Area 3, and then when you go across, it's Area 9. So what happened to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Then somebody told me, no, Area 4 is on the other side of the highway. Okay, so you go to Area 4, now I'm looking for Area 5. But Area 5 is back behind Area 2. I said, okay, let's move a bit further up. Immediately now I'm in Area 10. Okay, 10's nice. Then you've got 12 next to it. Where's Area 11 gone? No clues. Till today I don't know where Area 11 is. But I go the other way and I get to Area 14. So I said, hold on, 10, 12, 14, come on guys, who's running this city, right? There was a whole plan done in 2010 city thing, that was one of my comments to the CEO or the person that was at. I said, guys, clean up the areas, please. And then behind Area 14 comes Area 43. And I said, hold on. What happened between 14 to 43? Where's those areas? And then if you drive to the airport, Area 30 is on your left-hand side. And so it doesn't help valuations, doesn't help our address system. It needs to be cleaned up. So the professionals can come in and say, okay, now, if I'm buying a property in Area 10, which is what we want to lead towards, or I'm buying a property in Area 9 or Area 3 that's developed, but I hear good things about 43. So my value shouldn't be that much different as far as land value goes. Maybe the construction might be different. Maybe the area of the land will be different. How's the road network, right? And that's how then you start creating values and saying, supporting, so that any layman or any person that's not a professional can feel, okay, I think my value of my property is X amount, right? Taking into factor, but if you go to a banker, he's going to bring in inflation and then what the stock market is doing and what this is doing and all. That's for a discussion for another day, but it is just as important. It's part of the international valuation standards, which hopefully we will get to. But it carries an impact, because now you can buy a property. Buying a property is probably the biggest expense or cost any of us will have in our lifetime. In some countries, it takes a lifetime to pay for it. For those who have traveled, they give you 25, 30-year mortgages, right? Which is what we were trying to work with the banks. Come on, guys. You guys are making a lot of money. Let's give back to the community. Let people get in for the mortgages. But in order for them to support the mortgages, they need their security. And their security is going to come through numbers. And if the area is developing, the road networks are there, the city council's involved, ESCOM's involved, Blantyre Water Board's involved, everybody is thinking it brings value. Your new services, your sewage system, all of this counts as far as valuation goes. I think it's already been discussed, the various titles we have, title numbers, land numbers we have. We've got title numbers, deed numbers, plot numbers. We're going to have postal codes, which we need to, which Barnett has promised me in the next 2 years we're going to have a letter, so we're not Americanized. But why do we need title deeds? There's a reason. The lawyers need title deeds. It's a legal document. It shows that you own the property. But the beauty is, with this system, you can go on, property is owned by R. Omar, here's his title deed, bang, that's fine. Maybe the R. Omar shouldn't be there to protect the Privacy Act, but at least you know who you're dealing with. I've seen valuation. I'll give you an example. One of the banks phoned me one day and said, look, we've given this loan out, 600 million kwacha. I said, oh, that's very nice. We need you to reconfirm the valuation. I said, fine. Anyways, went to the bank, right? I said, show me the documents. Showed the documents. And I looked at the plot number. I said, I know this plot number. And the reason I knew the plot number is because it was very similar to the plot number of my house. So I said, it's in the area I live in. And I'm thinking, I said, but again, the plot number made sense, because it was the thing. I went back to my history, and I had done a valuation on this plot 5 years ago. So the bank had contracted whoever they had to do a valuation for this. 600 million kwacha, ladies and gentlemen. So I looked at the plot number, and then I said, can I have a copy of the title deed? Got the title deed out, and I went back to my files. The title deeds were different. So I said, but when I did the valuation, my title deed says title number 114. This one's got 181. Why is there a difference? So I said, okay, you've got this plot number, but the title deed is different. I said, I'm going to go and inspect the property. Now, in my line of business, a lot of people don't like to go and inspect property. I inspect every property I value, whether it's 10 million, whether it's $1 billion. I go and at least have a look at it and then reconfirm through my numbers, through my staff. So I went to have a look at it, and I'm standing there looking. Beautiful house. Gate, wall, beautiful pool, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I took a walk around the area, went to the next door property. I said, who owns this land? I asked Mr. Watchman there. He says, Miniwache is the owner of the house. I said, excuse me? So I rushed over to Blantyre City. I said, can I have the plot numbers? So they had the plot number for that house that was there. Next door they had another plot number. So I said, can you get the title deed out for me for this plot number? He says, no, Bana, we don't keep it here. I said, okay. I now had to go to Minister of Lands. I said, I'm looking for this title number. Took 3 or 4 days, and you've got to go back, forth, Bana, please help us out, da-da-da. I'm doing a lot of work for you. I said, get me the title number, because then I used the bank as a reference. The valuation that the bank gave to this gentleman was for the empty plot. Coming back to all the mix-ups, the title deed, plot number, 600 million was given for an empty plot. So I don't blame the banks for doing the due diligence. 600 million, folks. So national address system would resolve this major, major, major issue. Okay? As I had mentioned earlier, how do we value with minimal information? It's an opinion. So we ensure we look at all factors that surround the property, whether it's commercial. If right now, for example, along Link Road in Blantyre, right? Blantyre City has gone ahead and given it a commercial residential status, carries value. Right? The address system needs to be worked out, but it needs to be attended to, because there's a lot of properties that's happening is they're quite large properties, and people are building, are sectionalizing or putting on apartments or townhouses or offices in the front. All of this plays an impact. Solution, a full integration with NAS, lands, BCC, LCC, ESCOM, Blantyre Water Board, and Surveyors Institute, Barnet. I'm not going to stop on that. I'm glad you brought up about the odd and even. It was in my notes here, because that's the way I was trained in Canada, is odd and even, and you've confirmed, it's part of the international standards. Fantastic, right? And the developing areas, we can assist. There may be, I know there's plans of the entire Malawi, all the city boundaries, Lilongwe, from the 1940s, 1950s. Whatever we say about the colonials, they had a system of setting things up. Maybe the road doesn't work there anymore. There's a change in the land mass. There's a shift in land. We had cyclones. It could affect the land, the ground. There could be a river or a stream coming through. So that type of thing is where we as valuers, surveyors, can come in and assist you with saying that, okay, if we're going to demarcate roads in this area, how are we going to do it, and what should be, in order to maintain the value. It's no use building next to a riverbank, and then you have a cyclone and everything is gone. Those boundaries need to be strict. We know we're struggling with enforcement. We know everybody is handicapped with that. So that's a really important thing that we need to protect all our people in Malawi, right? I'll finish, before I finish off, I just want to say that to Kondwani, that I hope all of this helps us I know we've just had lunch. This was supposed to be sent out before lunch. But what is the favorite chicken place in Malawi now that serves chicken? Can anybody name? KFC, right? It's very popular, right? Everybody's taken to it. I love it. So I just want to show you the difference between ages. I'm obviously a little bit older, and I'm a bit of a grandfather. And then I've got my friends or my colleagues sitting next to me who are just starting in life. And by the way, I forgot to introduce, I've forced him to come this morning. The gentleman sitting back there is my son, Sean. He's visiting from Scotland, and he's into a lot of technology and lands. I'm hoping that he is the next generation for the business, but these days technology is all part of it. So I'm hoping he can enjoy and take away things from Malawi. So there's a big difference between the age differences, and I'm sure the younger crowd here. So KFC, I like to go to KFC because you smell the food, you order your food, you pay the bill, it's in the box, you pack it, make sure everything's there. So my granddaughter loves KFC. So we'd go, it's an outing out. You go out, go and order your KFC, brings it home, etc. Last week I came home and there was KFC sitting on the table. And I said, who went for KFC? So my daughter and my granddaughter, Dad, we don't have to go to KFC. We just have to ask them to deliver. I said, excuse me? Yeah. KFC was delivered home. I said, how did they find our house? Aha. We just told them they have to come to College of Medicine, and they've got to turn right, they've got to keep going up, turn left at the mango tree, and then we'll be standing at the gate to get the KFC. But that's the young generation. That was my granddaughter talking. My daughter said, I just sent them a pin location. They were here. So everything we're discussing comes back to the national address systems. So it's so important. It's just, we're moving in that world, and it's very important. Finally, I think I've exceeded my time now. If we are going down the road of the national address system, and if hopefully we are invited, one of the things that I would like to stress to you, Kondwani, and your team, is if you're looking at putting up values of properties and values of rentals on the system, so just to share with you best practices, Canada, where I studied my real estate, the real estate site within the infrastructure of the real estate and the address system in Canada is only available to the qualified agents. Qualified agents, qualified value. You get a special code. You obviously have to be registered. You have to, through the various boards and organization licensed. So that way it gives them access in order to give a professional opinion. Because if you're going to have it displayed to right across the board, it's going to create havoc, right? And you need to have those controls in place. So I would like to highlight that. Okay, I think I'm done, guys. Thank you very much for listening. It's been a fantastic day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riz. So do we have any questions? Feel free to, okay, immediately there's a question. And if there's anyone else, just raise your hand so we see you and advance. Okay.
Hi. Thank you for your beautiful presentation. You've touched on something that is very interesting, especially to the banks. And from presentation by Burnett, it was very clear to say national address system is going to touch on issues of property valuation, like attaching a value to a property based on location, which I entirely agree. But then to the property valuer professionals in here, I think from our side as banks, we sense some sort of subjectivity in the valuations. I think you also touched on that one. So if I give Mr. X to value a property and the two other valuers, they will come up with significantly different values. How are we going to deal with this problem? Again, issues of location, you've also touched on that. You'd find a property in Chinyonga, maybe done by the same person, and a similar one in maybe in Ndirande. You would also get maybe a similar value, which we also have problems in that. How do we handle these issues? Thank you.
So this was a question that was actually addressed at length at the valuation conference last year. They sent 10 valuers out to value a property in the middle of Santon. And they had 10 different values, ranging from R1 million to 14 million rands. Right? This is a perennial problem anywhere you go in the world. The one thing that would come up out of it is I can value a property at 100 million, but if I sell it at 80 million because the seller accepts, the buyer accepts, what's the value of the property? It's called the market price, right? So my value could be higher, but the final market price, which is what dictates a lot of us, is what is going to be carried forward. So in the system, when they're transferring the property was sold at 80 million. But the value is 100 million because the buyer and seller are willing, depending on the circumstance, financial circumstance, desperation, however it is that was presented. So this is an ongoing problem that we are going to have. It's not a problem per se, it's a matter of justifying the value you come up with. And each one of us in our profession look at things slightly differently. I have a slight advantage on some of our brethren or colleagues in the value because I'm also in development. I'm also in project consultancy. So I see things a lot differently. You've envisioned more down the road. Whereas the younger valuers or the traditional valuers just look at, say, just the built-up area, and that's the way they do it. Not saying they're right or they're wrong, not saying I'm right or wrong, it's the perception that comes in. But it's now proving to the banks and saying, okay, this is what you valued, how did you justify it and come up with? Are you comfortable with it? Are you happy with it? So yes, the room, it's a very difficult one to fix, but now it's the challenge by the banks to say, okay, justify it. The banks just accept the report. Riz Omar is registered with National Bank. I'm accepting his report blindly. No, don't accept it. Call in my brother Sam then. Say, Sam, can you verify and give me your opinion? But then you have to pay for it. Right? Yeah, the banks keep making the clients pay for it. You pay for it and come in and say, give me a second opinion. It's important in order to protect the integrity of it. You see? So it is an ongoing battle. It happens everywhere. With
borders on cheating. Somebody wants to get a loan of 100 million kwacha. Okay? And you know, the valuer would literally ask the borrower, how much do you want to get? Okay? Then they will attach a value based on a percentage that they know that the bank is going to accept. It's a serious problem. It's a serious problem. So you'd have some values that are very questionable. Okay, so, all right, it shows maybe something that is very difficult to fix, but from the bank's perspective, it would be very important if we would have a solution to this.
Again, the solution is going to be very, very difficult, be black and white, because it's an opinion. So one needs to be just handle it tactfully and carefully and say, okay, if you need a second opinion, bring a second opinion in. That's the only way the bank. Like the example I gave you, 600 million for an empty piece of land. Right, justified, because nobody got up out of their chair from that bank to go and see the property. Right? And I agree with you, people have overstated, understated, it happens all the time. But then you need to be able to work. I mean, for most of us who are registered valuers, registered with surveyors, and part of the board, we try and follow one of the things that is the NCIC rates, right? Currently, NCIC is cost of construction is sitting at about 700,000 kwacha. But I can go into the market because I'm part of developing, etc., and I can build a house at 500,000 kwacha square meter. Now, what do I use? Do I use 500,000 or 700,000? Right? So there is that. One needs to bring in that variety and understand. Does the valuer understand the cost of building? Right? I did a valuation of a lakeshore property. Right? Building is simple. Cost replacement very simple. Whatever the cost per square meter. But the water was being pumped from the lake, and the water was not just servicing all their gardens and their hotel rooms and stuff. It's servicing the village at the back, and the plantation, and the reservoir at the back. That's the value. The previous valuation did not have anything of that, right? Because it's a cost that you're putting into the property. So yes, it depends on the integrity of that person. Integrity is a big part of it, sir. I can't give you a straight answer on that. But it's something we all battle with and tackle with as well internally.
Okay, thank you for that. And that clearly we've highlighted a pain point that the system might address going forward. Maybe we'll figure that out, we'll have a discussion, and that's the whole reason we're having these workshops. We can definitely sit and chat and find a way forward. Without further ado though, allow me to invite Sam Tunde, who's going to be sharing on the leveraging the national address system to simplify property identification and enhance client engagement. Sam, over to you. Please give him a round of applause. I know it's the afternoon session.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to tell you in advance that my presentation is not going to be as long as Riz. I am half his age, so it's going to be half as long. So my presentation this afternoon is just basically to show how the national addressing system is going to affect, or what impact it's going to have on a state agency. It's a very straightforward task, and I'll just jump right into it. You see, with a state agency, I think what we've established is that one of the biggest hiccups that us as a state agents find ourselves in is we know where a property is based off of some directions which use descriptions. You know, go by Jintengo, you turn left. I remember when I was new in the profession, there was a certain property that a client of ours engaged me with to sell. And this was me as a very young man, and in his directions he told me, Sam, you know where Bakresa is? Turn left, and then shortly after that, turn right. And I was new to Blantyre, and in fact not very familiar with Limby, and I told him, I don't know where Bakresa is. And this was me being perfectly honest. And this man, he shouted at me, he's like, you don't know Bakresa? When did you come into the city? You know, and you know, this was not my fault. This was my first time hearing of Bakresa. I had never engaged with Bakresa. So as a state agent, one of the biggest things, one of the biggest obstacles that we face without the national addressing system is the fact that it is very difficult for us to locate the properties that we are trying to sell, that we're trying to lease out. And we are really hopeful that the national addressing system, as described by our friends at MACRA, is going to solve this problem. Now, the relevance of the national addressing system to a state agency is that Firstly, it's going to enhance the accuracy of property identification. Again, we're going to stop this business of, my property is next to Pajentengo. And for us as estate agents who also manage properties, it's going to help us when we're trying to engage new clients. From time to time, we get clients who are looking for properties, and it's going to make it easier for us to give them directions. Riz had mentioned how at the moment, you can use Google Maps and send a pin. But what I've noticed with the current system is that because we don't have the national addressing system, you need to be pretty skilled at sending location pins in order to send an accurate pin. A couple of weeks ago, I had a client who, I was trying to tell them, hey, the map that you're giving me, I don't understand it. Can you send me a location pin? Unfortunately, they hadn't used the location pin very much, so they were not very conversant. They go on WhatsApp, they just click location, and they sent me the location pin. And my guess was that at that point, the location pin was probably at the accuracy of 100 meters. So in their high-density neighborhood, I ended up on the other side, despite them sending me a location pin. So what we're looking forward to, again, as estate agents is, the coming in of the system. Once every single property has its own address, that will now enable us to engage better with our clients, because when they send us an address, it will be to that specific property and not a location pin in the general area. So it's going to help us with navigating. It's going to help us with navigating and finding our properties. Now, there's also the legal side, which Riz touched on with regards to property identification. Chifundo, your concern is a genuine concern with regards to the values, but what Riz brought up, that one I think is a bigger concern, especially for the estate agency field, whereby someone can give you a title number and a plot number and a valuation with pictures of a different property altogether. We have encountered situations like that where someone comes to me and they say, look, Sam, this is my property. I want you to do a valuation for me. I want to get a loan from the bank. Now, because I'm not only an estate agent, I'm also a practicing valuer, it takes a bit more due diligence on our part to then go to Ministry of Lands to start searching through the maps, because right now everything is still analog, everything is on maps. Not everyone is going to take that extra step, but when we don't take that extra step, what ends up happening is what he talked about, whereby the plot numbers look identical, but it's not the building, but it's the land that you guys are giving a loan to, which ends up a loss for you. But now with the coming in of the national addressing system, it then intermingles the plot numbers and the title numbers, and then it enables you to actually know the exact location. So we look forward to it rolling out, because that helps us out with that regard. I had a client of mine once. He had two properties next to each other. So let's just say, for argument's sake, one was plot number LK111, and the other one was plot number LK112. He was trying to sell plot number LK111, but in presenting the documentation for transfer, he ended up transferring plot number LK112, and the buyer is convinced that what he has bought is plot number LK111, and it was only later figured out when there was a dispute to do with a valuation at the bank that the property which you are trying to buy, or the property which you're trying to use as collateral, is actually the other property. So these guys had two properties next to each other. Okay, just to give like a practical example. Let's say where Dan is sitting is a house, where Prince is sitting is another house. The title number for Dan's house is being held by Prince, and the title number for Prince's house is being held by Dan, because we didn't have the national addressing system. Now, under normal circumstances, it would be hard for that to come out to light. But with the coming in of the national addressing system, us as estate agents were happy that situations like that will no longer be the case, at least unless there's some active fraud that is taking place. Now, one of the things that the national addressing system, one of the opportunities that it brings to light is that it's been mentioned by my colleagues, is about how we can then have a platform whereby we can have an open market that shows values. Now, from my understanding, I think us as the professionals, we shouldn't leave it to MACRA to come up with a platform for creating values, etc. I will use the case study of the USA, where they have a website known as Zillow. If you can go to slide number 10, or rather number 11. So the website Zillow is one that I've looked at a couple of times. It's I've got some family in the US, so because of that we have some investments there. Now when we go to slide number 12, it shows us the interface for the Zillow website. Now the Zillow website is not a website which is owned by an authority like MACRA. It's a website which is owned by real estate professionals coming together. And as you can see, when you are looking to get a property on Zillow, you can either enter by address, you can either enter by city, you can either enter by zip code. And if you go to the next slide, this is a picture of a postcode area. So on Zillow, you're able to see the properties within that postcode area, but that's only if you're, okay, there's two ways of entering Zillow. You can enter it as a seller, which is us, the professionals, or as a buyer looking to see what's on the market. The pictures might be a bit blurry, but basically what it goes to show is that once we have the national addressing system, we will then be able to enhance our estate agency practice by having a centralized system that us as professional real estate practitioners can come and put our property listings together. Now, this will then enable a client who is looking for a property to then go on our platform, click on the property, and for argument's sake, let's say one is listed by Riz, one is listed by Prince, one is listed by Nick. Once they click on that particular property, it will then give them the details of our estate agencies. So the platform in and of itself is not the marketplace. The platform is a place where someone can come, bring their property, and buyers can go and find them and then link them to the agents. So the national addressing system is a system that is going to work wonders for us in the estate agency. It's going to make it a lot easier for us to find the properties that we are selling, or find the properties for our clients to direct them accordingly. But not only that, it's going to help integrate the real estate agency sector, enabling us to have a localized database for us professionals to be able to list properties. And I believe it's something that over time we can also link with our valuation data bank that we've been looking to create all these years. Because once we have a centralized point, a national addressing system, it means us as practitioners, we can use real market information. Once I carry out a valuation or once I carry out a sales transaction, I can input that data into our database, and then it shows the way it does on Zillow, letting us know. And that would also assist with the concern that you had, Chifundo. Because the moment us as the practitioners have a platform whereby we have centralized data, I carry out a valuation, I put it into the system, it means everyone knows within our fraternity as valuers that, okay, 1 Hardman Road, Kabula Blantyre, the property has been valued by a Mr. Sam Tunde, the value has been set at X amount. And of course we'd have to put in some extra details of the property so that when we do our, like Riz has said, different properties have different characteristics. It's one thing to say, okay, there was a house in Chinyonga, it was valued at X amount. There's another house in Ndirande, it's being valued at a same amount, and then you think just because of location, that can't happen. Actually, that can happen. It's very possible to have a house in Namiwawa, which is 200 SQM, another house next to it, which is 200 SQM, but because of the construction materials used and because of the views that those properties have, because of other elements, those properties could have very different values. So that's something to point out. But however, the moment we have this database, the moment we as the practitioners are able to leverage the national addressing system, then we create this centralized database, which I believe is going to benefit everyone. So I want to call on the policymakers, MACRA, and all the government institutions to embrace the national addressing system. I think one of the biggest problems that we face as a country from time to time is our inability to change, our reluctance to change, our reluctance to embrace new technologies, new ideas. And the national addressing system, I firmly believe, is an idea or an initiative that we must all embrace wholeheartedly, because it is one that is going to enhance the real estate space, it's going to enhance communication, it's going to enhance so many other areas of our economy, so we embrace it. As a state agents, I think, let's open our hearts, let's open our minds to this, and let's look at ways of embracing this. Let's look at ways of using this to better our economy. Let's use it as a way to better serve our customers, our clients. I know it's easy to get stuck in the old ways. This is the way we do it, but I think it's time for us to then also incorporate things like IT, things like technology and innovation, which will then lead us to create better services as estate agents, as real estate practitioners. And for our stakeholders, the likes of the banks, utility companies, I think those mention of services like fire, ambulances, etc. Let's embrace this. We're here as banks, we're here as service providers. Let us make sure that within our companies, we bring this to the relevant people, we let them know. Because the people that might be here in this meeting may not be the ones who can cause the changes that we need to see. But if you elevate this and you take this up to the relevant people, then it will be easier for everyone to embrace the national addressing system. And if we all do, I believe that it is going to benefit us as a whole, as an industry in real estate, but also as a nation at large. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Sam Tunde. Do we have any questions for him? Any questions, any comments regarding the real estate space in light of NAS as he has explained it? All right, I guess we'll leave that for the tea break later. And our final presenter for this afternoon will be Blessings Chiebam, who's a physical planner, and they'll be sharing on incorporating the National Addressing System for effective urban planning and infrastructure development, something the president of the Institute of Physical Planners was very clear about, that planners should always be involved. I hope this is one of the first steps that we're going to be taking. So, Blessings Chiebam, we look forward to hearing your presentation. Please make sure to give him a warm round of applause.
That's very important, actually. I'm quite afraid standing in front of my lecturers here, a lot of them actually from MUBAS, and a lot of knowledgeable people here to talk about this topic. So my law, and I know it's a bit challenging to be the last speaker, especially after Emil. I hope I don't make you sleep. So I'll keep it short. Most of the things have been discussed, and we have focused on real estate. My talk today is to focus on urban planning. I want to see how we can incorporate the national address system in the urban planning system. So yeah, my name is Blessings Chiebam, as mentioned, and I'm an urban planner who is also a GIS expert. I've spent most of my time working on digital technologies in the built environment and the public health sector. So I was one of the person who was very excited when I saw the national address system introduced by MACRA. So I'll talk about three things. I want to talk to the physical planners who are here. I want to talk about the challenges that we are facing as physical planners currently, and I would like to talk about how these can be solved by the national address system. And then at the end, knowing that we are all tired, I'll give you some takeaway messages that in case you forgot everything that I say here, these are things that you need to actually grasp. If I may ask today, now, if Blantyre City has got an emergency as a city, how many of us know the exit routes in Blantyre? Just raise your hand. If today, even here at Mount Soche, if there's an emergency, let's suppose there's a cyclone coming, everyone is panicking in the Blantyre City, do you know which road are you going to take? Raise your hand if you know. Which road is like the, yeah? Why do you take that route? Just out of curiosity. Yeah. Great. Can we have you as a physical planner? You seem to be good. Okay, yeah. But that's exactly the law of physical planning. So we look at the overarching arm in the built environment. Most of us have talked about individual properties. But when you think about collective individual properties, then we are talking about planning. And one of the essential things about planning is to make sure that the people who are there are saved. We're talking about municipal services. I know most of us are frustrated planners when you look at municipal services. You look at a broken sewage line, and you're like, where are our planners? You look at all the urban slums, and you're like, where are our planners? So we ask a lot about physical planners. We ask a lot about these challenges, and I think these challenges affect all of us here. Whether you're a real estate agent, whether you're a banker, I'll talk about that later, but physical planning actually embraces a broader perspective of the built environment. Just to give you an example, if today Blantyre City Council designated one area as an industrial area, that is going to dramatically affect property rates in that area. True? Property agents? Yes. So just by changing the planning, the zoning of one area, it can affect the whole market in terms of real estate. So that's why this also affects everyone else. If the whole city of Blantyre, for example, prospers economically, that's more money for people, that's more money for the banks, that money is going to be shared across the economy. So that's why planning is very important. But first, let me talk about the challenges that we face as physical planners. One of the challenges that we are facing is rapid urbanization. I hope by now everyone knows that Malawi is rapidly urbanizing. We have read about this a lot. And currently, I think City Alliances approximate this urbanization rate at 5% every year. We are urbanizing. And one of the challenges of that urbanization is that as city planners, as urban planners, we are failing to cope up with those changes. We are failing to provide housing. We are failing to provide municipality services to an ever-growing city. There's also a rise of informal settlements. I think someone already talked about the informal sector, so I'll not emphasize on that. But one thing that is also hitting cities hard are disasters. Recently, we have had a number of disasters, and the sad thing is that these are here to stay. Due to climate change, we are going to see more and more cyclones. We're going to see more and more disasters. And the agenda on the urban planning has been to build resilient cities, cities that can withstand disasters. Because of urbanization, because of the increase in population growth in cities, we are having a challenge of limited access to utilities. So we're talking about water, electricity, we're talking about waste management. That's a very big issue in our city. And then most of you have talked about property tax collection. I was reading the newspaper, I think last year, when Lilongwe City Council alone is owed over 5 billion Malawi kwacha in property tax. I think that's the same case with Blantyre City Council here, where we're having all these problems to collect tax. So those are some of the just current problems that we are facing as physical planners when we are doing our job. Now we want to see how with the national address system help in addressing some of these challenges. Not all of them, but some of these. So I talked about urbanization and informal settlements and how these have increased lately in our cities. One of the things that we require as physical planners is information. We need information to plan. Without information, we cannot plan cities. So we need to know exactly where is who and who is doing what, so that we can be able to plan effective cities. So by embracing the national addressing system, physical planners will be able to harness the information that will come from this national address system to plan our cities better by using this information that is contained in these databases. So we can visualize, we can plan, and we can use that data to make informed urban development plans. This has been done before in Rwanda, for example, recently, 2017, when they initiated their national address system. They have seen a decrease in terms of slum dwellers because of the national address system. They are able to know exactly where the city is growing and why it's growing in that direction, and to plan accordingly in terms of services. This has also been done in Japan before in terms of planning for disaster management as well. I asked about evacuation routes. City councils actually are responsible to plan evacuation routes for cities, but I've never seen one actually, and I've seen that most of you don't even know. If today a city is hit by a disaster, where are we going to evacuate? Which routes should we take? Which routes are going to be congested and why? That information can be taken from the national address system, because in the national address system, they're going to have roads that are properly named. You have the settlements, and you have the unique identification for each household, each person. I think one of the things that was delaying the emergency response during Cyclone Freddy was that when there were the mudslides this side, people were still looking for houses and bodies, like where are the people? Where do we find the people who have been affected? So they have to go there physically as a team. But with a national address system, imagine that database sitting somewhere else, and you just query it, okay, this is the area that has been hit by an emergency, and these are the households, and you have all the associated data of the families and households that have been affected there. This can enhance our response to disasters. I think they have talked a lot about enhancing service delivery as well, in terms of ambulance services, firefighting services, so I will not focus on that. They have also talked about property taxation and revenue collection. Just one user case in South Africa, Johannesburg City, when they first introduced the national address system in the planning platforms, they saw that there was over 20% increase in terms of property collection, tax property collection. So why was there an increase? One, you're talking about issues of compliance. If we know exactly where you stay, for example, you are more likely to comply to city regulations. And the identification of taxable property, I think they have talked about that as well, in terms of which properties should be taxed and the exact boundaries on how much we should tax these properties. That led to an increase in property revenue collection, a problem which we are facing here in Malawi in our cities. So, having talked about how the national address system can be utilized in physical planning, in urban planning, I would like to talk about a bit about the next steps that can be done from here for my fellow physical planners who are here. One of them, I think people have talked about collaboration and partnership. These will be very key in implementing the national address system in Malawi. If one sector doesn't know what is happening in the other sector, it's very difficult to incorporate it in that sector. So I think the next step for physical planners should be to try and sit with the MACRA, with the National Statistics Office, and discuss how exactly we can incorporate, we can make use of the national address system in the physical planning platforms. There should be stakeholder engagement. And also, in terms of planning, we need legal and policy direction. We have urban planning policies, we have the physical planning law. All these needs to include the national address system. When someone is purchasing land, they need to already have a proper address system that can be used to identify them. And one of the most important points is on technical capacity, technical infrastructure. I believe Chikondi mentioned about this when she was presenting about GIS and the national address system. So this is basically to make sure that we have the national infrastructure that can support digital technologies in urban planning. I think when I go to the Minister of Lands and I meet Mr. Jasweka here, and he pulls out an analog map, like a map of all the properties, a map of the urban structure plan of Blantyre, my heart bleeds. Because in this age, at this time, we cannot be talking about pen and paper. We cannot be talking about physical maps. So we need to integrate these digital technologies when we are planning. But to do that, we need the infrastructure. We need the policy and the legal framework to guide us in that. Currently, I have not seen, maybe Mr. Chirinde will correct me, but I've not seen the integration of the national address system in any of the urban planning policies as of now. But that's something that we'll discuss later after this presentation as well. And then lastly is about capacity building. Do we have the capacity as physical planners to actually integrate in our workflow the national address system? How are we training the physical planners? I'm happy that today we have a lot of people from MUBAS. Are we trying to incorporate the digital platforms like the national address system in our planning? Or we are still drawing our urban plans on pen and paper when we go in the classrooms? So in order to effectively implement the national address system, we need to start integrating as well, building capacity and integrating digital technologies when we are teaching urban planning students. And then, as I said lastly, the key takeaways that I want you, as physical planners, as people in the real estate and banking industry, what would be the benefit of the national address system to the profession? So the first one is that this is going to improve how we do our planning in Malawi. I've mentioned about how the information generated from the national address system is going to help us plan cities better. It's going to help us plan services better. And also, I don't know if there's anyone from the city council. I haven't seen anyone from the city council yet, a planner from the city council. But we've talked about waste management. We've talked about utilities that city councils provide services to. And this national address system is going to help in strengthening that capacity to address, to provide those municipal services. And like any other country that is embracing technology, I think one of the things that we need to talk about is the smart cities. Cities, imagine a city where if you are moving from Victoria Avenue to Haile Selassie Road, it can tell you the traffic, the level of traffic congestion. We know that Google Maps is currently doing that to some extent, but imagine that is a service from the city councils. When you're trying to connect utilities, services, you just go on a digital platform online, and then you click and you have all that information. So the national address system is going to be a backbone of digital cities. If you talk about Internet of Things, smart cities, basically, we're talking about a digital city where the national address system is a backbone of that system. And then lastly, I've focused on disaster management, how the national address system will help planners to plan better in terms of disaster management, how to respond to disasters, how to build resilient cities. The national address system is going to do exactly that. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was the presentation that I had for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Blessings. For somebody who started out saying he was nervous, he did absolutely fabulously, in my opinion. Do we have any questions for him? Any questions, any comments, any feedback? Riz has a question, of course. No, you might as well.
Blessings. Fantastic. Well done. I don't see Surveyors Institute as part of your strategy in your urbanization. Why? Why is Surveyors Institute being left out of all of this? I really need to get to the bottom of this.
Okay, can I take that?
Please.
No, they are part of this actually.
Who is part of it? Tell me. Which
land surveyors? Actually, my assumption was that, sorry, I was not here in the morning. I had something else. Okay. But there was a presentation by Chikondi here, right?
Yeah.
So my assumption is that she covered the part of Surveyors Institute of Malawi. No?
Okay. Yes. Well.
Okay.
Yes and no. Okay. No. All right. But and I forgot to mention it to Macra as well. So you're cordially invited to be part of our fraternity at the CBD this year, which we will advise dates, to you, Blessings in particular. And we expect you to give us a whole smart city and urbanization, because it's not just the land surveyors, it's the opportunity for all the valuers, the real estate agents, to be part of this. Yeah? And the same goes to Macra as well, before obviously we might all be leaving. Macra, I know I'm emphasizing it over and over again, that we're expecting Macra to give us a huge presentation, because the address system is really, really important for us. And we want to be part of this for the future. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, comments? Yes, please.
Mine is not a question, rather a comment. Thank you, Blessings, for a good presentation, factual, straight to the point. My comment, a question you raised about planning, addressing the national addressing system. Yeah, you remember that when you are designing a layout plan, you number the plots. So the plot numbers are part of the addressing system in the layout, and all plans that are made have numbers. All plots have numbers. And to Riaz, how do your institution come in? You know that the professions in the built environment pass on the work to each other. The first to go into the bush is the physical planner. And once they finish their work, they pass it on to the land surveyors. Right. And once the land surveyors finish, they pass on to the landlord to distribute the plots. Once the plots are allocated to potential developers, the work goes to an architect. Once the architect does his work, it's passed on to a civil engineer to do the structure works. If it's a big building, you need structure drawings, so it goes to a civil engineer. And probably the same civil engineers, they also construct the building. And then once the building before the construction, they pass on to the quantity surveyor, so that they calculate how much sand we are going to use, how many bricks, how much cement, to look at what would be the cost of the project. And then the construction starts. When it's finished, then the land economists come in to put a value on the new property that has been developed, and they look for potential buyers and the like. Lawyers get involved in the process. So the built environment, you pass on the work to each other. It works like that. I hope you are with me.
I'm right.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you so much. And that was a very interesting interaction. One more question, and then we wrap it up.
I wanted to build on a question that came from, I don't know his name, but it's from the bank, about, Chifundo, about valuation accuracies. One thing that has been underscored by the area presenters is that it would be good if this national address system is linked or is anchored with GIS. That provides a platform for a number of things, one of which what Sam Tunde had earlier mentioned, and also Liz has mentioned, that you can put into it either values or prices that the properties have been able to achieve. That does help to what we call valuation frontiers that are happening. Basically, in the layman's terms, those are technologies that are happening in that space. The technologies utilize statistics, which helps to address some concerns that Chifundo had raised, to say you find certain valuers or property practitioners agree to a predefined value for a property, or there's quite a huge variation in terms of property values arrived at. So this is an opportunity that it will open up a platform so that such kind of technologies can come into play in our property market. But that will only work if MACRA is able to incorporate these other professionals, mostly those that are well conversant with GIS, in particular the physical planners and the land surveyors. And when it comes to us in terms of property values or rentals, then it will be wise to engage the likes of Liz Omar to advise on the same. So I just wanted to add that before we conclude our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will leave all the other questions for the networking session, which is what we will go into after we formally close today's workshop. So allow me to invite Kondone Kachika to give us the closing remarks for this absolutely productive workshop, in my opinion. Mr. Kachika, your closing remarks, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad we didn't sleep after lunch. We have done a good job. Let's clap hands for ourselves. I think to start off my closing remarks, as MACRA, I think we are very happy with what we have achieved today. I want to firstly thank our partners, Real Estate Talk, for organizing this event and for bringing all the speakers to this forum. Job well done, Prince and team. Well done. Well done. Before I also thank the other presenters, I think it's right and proper that we ask Nicole to stand up. Nicole, brilliant. Please, can you stand? And she's been an able coordinator of these discussions. Well done, Nico. Keep it up. You kept us awake throughout the discussions, and indeed, nobody could sleep with your direction. MACRA is indeed thankful for your presence here. It's only demonstrated the impact that the national addressing system is going to have once it's fully operational. Noting from the discussions that we have had here, it's obvious that the national addressing system should be regarded as a national good. A national good is something that benefits the entire nation, contributing to the well-being of the nation, its stability, and indeed its prosperity. I think the discussions coming from the various presenters here confirms the position of the national addressing system to be treated as a national asset, equivalent to issues like maybe public security, public infrastructure, because we have seen, you have heard, how using the national addressing system, we'll be able to leverage this asset to the benefits of the various practitioners in the land space that are here. So as MACRA, we are so thankful. Moving forward, we'll consolidate all this input that you have given us here. We'll be looking forward to more inputs of this nature in our subsequent engagements with your fellow practitioners in Zomba, and then we'll be going to Mzuzu, and then we'll be going to Lilongwe to close up these engagements with the, this sector of practitioners. We want to assure you that we continue to build the platform. You have brought up issues of integrations. Certainly, I think that will be the end result. Once we are completely done, we'll build APIs where you guys can connect to the national addressing system to build your own platforms. Sam here was talking of, was it Zillow? Yeah. So probably as an authority, will not be mandated to build such platforms, but we have to create an environment, a platform, tools that you guys now can use to access the resource. And I can assure you that we have taken note of that, and we are committed to building an asset that will help your profession move forward, and indeed the real estate sector progress. So with those remarks, I would want to thank you, and we look forward to hearing more feedback from you so that we incorporate those feedbacks into various policy decisions that can improve on how we do things here in Malawi, and in particular, how we implement NAS. This shouldn't be the last time we are having this engagement. You receive our contacts so that you can always bring forward any areas that need improvement or clarification. Thank you so much for your presence. May God bless you until we engage again. Thank you so much.
And on that note, we are done for today, ladies and gentlemen. I will release you at your leisure. We've got refreshments in the back if you'd like. If you are